I mean,
I remember there was something wrong with that.
it's a bit strong to say borderline a pedophile, but there are some scenes that are questionable.
Yeah. What was it? There was another show that was isekai kind of. What was it? No Game, No Life is the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, we like No Game No Life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that one.
That would,
Even if there were definitely moments during that show that it felt kind of Sherlocky, where you had to kind of like put the pieces together as you were going. Because all of a sudden it would be like, aha, you've fallen into my trap. Like, wait, what? There was a trap set up? When did we start setting that up?
I will say, though, I'm a huge fan of that stuff.
Yeah.
The things that bother me, the only quibble I have with that show and with Sherlock is that things always follow their probability. Like it maps. Like,
I mean, that's kind of the idea behind the mystery like setup for stories.
so like Sherlock will be like, by the creases in your shirt, I can tell that you fold your pants in this specific way, which means you're ex-Navy. And it's like, okay, it's more likely he's ex-Navy, but like that doesn't mean every single time that's going to be an ex-Navy guy.
Yeah.
But
I guess
like,
that's kind of a newer Sherlock thing.
I guess so.
Considering like the old Sherlock stories, at least from what I've heard, because that is one of those book series or story series that I haven't ever read.
I am quoting BBC Sherlock.
Yeah, I figured that one. Is that while Sherlock, of course, at the end does that sort of thing where he's like, oh, X, Y, Z all connects up to you're the suspect, you're the murderer or whatever, the thief. But as you're reading the story, the author does put in those details. It's just they don't make them obvious. They're like, yeah, this exists, and that guy has a crease in his shirt, and then Sherlock points them all out and builds the whole ending for you.
Yeah.
No, that's not the part that I take issue with. Like,
yeah,
it's just that if X is more likely than Y, then
have you seen Psych, by the way?
We like Psych.
I thought Psych was all right.
Yeah, because Psych, I think, is the Sherlock trope of, because you're this, it makes sense. It's that, but good in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
Because it kind of explains why he all of a sudden notices things.
No.
Is it still played up a little too hard? Yeah, no, Psych is still good.
Yeah.
Just one episode where they go fucking, you do this way. That means you must be this. And they go, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Psych's a lot more tongue-in-cheek, which I think is also great fun.
I mean, he's also pretending to be not a detective, but a psychic.
Yeah,
so it kind of makes sense when he's playing it up a little bit more because he's not really taken seriously by anyone.
What I guess I'm getting at is that, like, if there are two explanations for like a piece of evidence being there, right? It's always there because of the more likely explanation. There are no like exceptions to probability, right?
So
Occam's razor is always in effect.
My argument to that then would be, more often than not, it's like I remember in BBC Sherlock sometimes he just rips it, like gambling on the chance. But what they'll do is they'll overlap certain probabilities and then make a deduction from that, right?
Yeah.
At least a lot of the time. I do know what you mean. Like in the first couple episodes of Sherlock, just to establish his character, he fucking did all that shit just for the sake of doing it. Which I thought was a little weird.
The example that comes to mind is in the first episode, I think it was. Like, he makes all these assumptions about Watson, right? About his like phone. It's like it's like scratched around where the plug is, so like the person you got this phone from was probably like a drunk who would be trying to plug in the charger while they're a little like drunk or whatever. And he talks about how Watson's brother's a drunk and everything. And then at the end of the episode, it's like, oh, I don't have a brother, I have a sister. And Sherlock's like, oh my god, I could have never guessed this. Because it was just more plausible to him that it would be a drunk brother. So, like, any other alternative never entered his mind.
Although you can solve that entire thing by going, you have a drunk sibling who gave phone and then plugs in phone poorly because drunk. And there you go, problem solved. It doesn't need to be gender.
But like earlier, he was like, rates of alcoholism is higher in males and females, so you must have a brother. And so I thought that was like a good example of pointing out how just because something is more likely doesn't mean that that's always how it is. But what that example did for me is made me realize how often they do that, like in the genre in general.
It's the classic thing of like pointing out an issue doesn't make it not an issue, just because you've pointed it out doesn't mean you fixed the problem.
It's like a classic thing where like a show does something that's like
they go and call the trope.
They try and remedy it by being self-aware about it, but that doesn't absolve you of like
you don't solve having it there.
Knowing that's there but continuing to do it means that you're still doing it.
It's almost worse when you know it's there and you still do it.
Yeah. If you're gonna keep doing it, then for the love of God, at least don't draw attention to the fact that you're doing it.
I mean, you know what? Sometimes like things happen in a way that line up with the trope, you know. So like, but when that happens, just fucking do it. Don't apologize. Just be like, yeah. In this instance, there is a female who needed saving. That does happen on occasion, even though the damsel in distress is like an overused trope.
But turns out, in reality, people need help a lot, and half of the people alive are women.
Yeah. So like half the time it will be a female in need of something, but like stepping on eggshells to either avoid that eventuality or making fun of yourself for writing a female character who needed something. It's like
just rip it.
If a female
needs something, cliches are not entirely bad as well.
No,
if you freaking overuse them to hell, then they get tiring
they became
and boring.
Cliche for a reason, which is they work.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's like, oh, I'm gonna write a story and entirely avoid the hero's journey. What kind of story are you writing then? That you're basically avoiding the main backbone of stories that have been told throughout millennia of time. It'd just be going out of your way to freaking avoid something just because you want to be counterintuitive.
For me, deliberately not doing every cliche is kind of the same thing as deliberately doing every cliche.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're crafting your story around the tropes. Explicitly.
Yeah, that's fair. Because whether you're trying to have them or not, you're still crafting around them.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it's best to just kind of ignore the meta and just do what you want to do as far as stories go. Because the meta is going to exist and people are going to compare it regardless. So, if you avoid or you do it, it doesn't really matter if your story is good.
Okay, we are such gamers talking about literature because you just described using tropes as the meta.
I mean, it is, right?
I know, like, it is.
I'd even argue that
is there another term for literature that would be the case?
It's like the one thing where people will use strategy even if they don't find it fun because it's the most effective one. If it's designed in, that's what tropes are.
Yeah, especially if you have to like churn out a shit ton of scripts.
Yeah, if you have to turn up a shit ton of scripts, you do the thing that you can do very easily, even if it isn't very enjoyable, but it works.
You find
which is a trope.
You
and then there's the opposite side where people just don't do it because they get more fun out of
those are challenge runs.
For it. Yeah.
Like working to a pattern and enjoying it can also so Regal and I, when we did trivia last week or a couple days ago, we decided the whole thing would be tarot card themed, and there are like 22 major arcana in tarot cards. So we did one question for like each of the different. We had like 18 regular questions and then 4 like special rounds, and each one was themed after like a different card, right? And it was actually like way easier to be productive because it's like, all right, now I'm gonna make the Empress card. What does the Empress represent? And then like from there, it helps me like stay more organized. It helps me like know what I'm working on next. And it was also great fun. So I imagine going into writing a script with like a template in mind could also be fun.
Well, yeah, and at least in my opinion, writing stuff or creating in general without any boundaries is terrifying.
Yeah,
it's I'm gonna sit down, not have any plan at all, and then just start writing. You know what happens? You sit there and you stare at the blank page for hours and get nothing done.
Turns out
if you start to bring in boundaries, though, all of a sudden ideas start to form because you know where you can go.
Turns out when you have every path, you basically got no path. You're fucked.
You get paralyzed.
Yeah, character creation and hero system is so fucking rough.
Yep.
Character creation hero system is sick.
It is sick, but freaking hell is it confusing.
So, yeah, like after
This
this,
shit's
I'm
destroyed
never...
my mind, and I love it.
By the way, after this campaign ends, I'm never running hero system again because the amount of work.
Oh yeah, no, that has to be all.
Is hellish.
Yep.
There are tricks you can do to make it easier for yourself, but like, it's a
This
real
system's
pain.
fucking
Whereas
wild.
D&D is like got a shit ton of books, and a whole bunch of stuff is like scattered out, and it's like,
I'm back in one more thing, bridge out of glass.
And sometimes for D&D, it's not necessary to write up all the stats. Yeah. If you know generally how many hit points, generally how hard it hits, and generally how easy it is to hit things, there you go. Monster statted out.
yeah.
You just have to sometimes work when you're giving it like weird abilities and whatnot, because then you kind of need to know like how big is this thing, how much does it hurt, is it going to completely and utterly destroy people?
I think part of that comes with familiarity too, because I imagine if I was playing a shit ton of hero system, I'd know exactly like what the core of what I actually used was. Handbrake stuff. You been watching the anime recently, Google?
Not really.
Okay. I'm looking for suggestions because I like anime, but also I hate anime.
The thing is, I want to recommend to everyone One Piece, but it's so fucking long. But it's so good.
It is good, but frickin' hell.
Like,
Yeah.
how do I even start it, man? Do I
Just start at the beginning and start going.
I highly recommend just reading the manga until you catch up to a point where you think it's fun. Because manga you can control pacing better, and there's so much filler in the anime that I want to shoot myself.
Yeah. I think if I remember correctly, I found a thing that was just, hey, if you want to watch the anime with less filler, here you go. And it just has the episodes where there is filler, and I can just skip them. Big talk. And I think I did that for like 100 or so episodes, because I'm just like,
Jesus Christ.
there's so many things.
Yeah, I'll skip the filler. Skipping over 100 episodes. Christ alive.
No, not like in between a whole bunch of other ones.
Not like 100.
Like over 100.
Yeah, I didn't mean
episodes.
in a row. I mean still like skipping
kinda do
100
that with,
episodes total is still a fuck ton.
Yeah, I haven't finished One Piece. I'm only like 300 or so, something like
That's
that.
like 10 seasons of a normal anime.
Like in Naruto, you can kind of watch until. If you start watching it, you watch until the Chunin exam ends, and then you keep watching a bit more until Sasuke runs away, and then you can just skip right to Shippuden. It's like,
Yeah, if you really want, you can.
because it's just all filler between there.
I have what I was up to. Have you ever seen what is it? Jormungandr, I think, or Jormungandr? I can't.
Oh,
remember.
Jormungandr?
Yeah, it's a show
Oh,
or an anime, I suppose,
sounds
about a mercenary band, if I remember correctly, in modern day.
Right.
Oh, in like Southeast Asia, they work
I
in
think
like
something like that.
and
Yeah.
stuff.
Main character is black skin, red eyes. I think black hair too, if I recall.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah. And the main, kind of the one of the characters on the front is a woman with like white hair. I can't remember what her icon is.
Have you guys seen?
Looks
I really like anime that has like 24 episods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Where like.
Oh, there we go. 457 is what I was up
Have you
to.
seen Mushishi, Lumpy?
I love Mushishi.
Okay. Have you seen Natsume's Book of Friends?
No. What is
It's similar to Mushishi, except it's much more yokai based.
interesting?
Have you guys seen Erased?
Yes,
Erased.
banger.
Yeah, that one I think you probably like, Lumpy. It's about a kid who, a kid who has basically time travel powers, so he uses them to save people. So he can like replay events, try and do it better.
Erased. And then what was the one you just said reading?
Natsume's Book of Friends. Here, I can just DM you the name.
I need to check that.
Let it down. I enjoyed Akame ga Kill, but I don't know if I watched it again that I would actually like it.
Yeah, I think I gave that a shot, and it did not grab my attention in the first few episodes.
Yeah, because it starts poorly.
Oh, what the hell am I doing?
And then
Yeah.
as it goes on, it starts to like. It has a whole bunch of episodes from the POV of the guys who, up until then, have been the bad guys. And you start to like root for them, and then it goes back to the characters you were fans of before, and you're like, oh shit, they're about to like fight, people are about to die. And so then when people are dying on both sides, it makes But I wonder if I watched it again, if I would still think it was good. Like, that's why sometimes I revisit things, just like out of curiosity to see what, if I would still think of it in the same way. So I really loved Catcher in the Rye when I was in high school. Redid it recently, and I was like, fuck this guy. I hate Catcher in the Rye. I hope and Dolphin can suck my dick.
Yeah. I think I've only read it the once in high school, and it wasn't great then. It's just because Holden Caulfield is freaking such a bad character.
I mean,
He's great. He's great as far as characterization goes, but you freaking are so annoyed by his existence. It's like, I'm gonna rebel, but not. Like, just pick one. Rebel or freaking go back and be a good two shoes. But don't walk the damn line.
He's just like a traumatized guy. He never really dealt with his issues and doesn't really know where he's at. But also he's very annoying. Alright. I don't know if Leo's gonna be here. I haven't heard from him at all. But also he's like not on Discord. But besides from that, Baden.
Yep.
Regal.
Yo.
Mitchell.
Yep.
Theo.
Good.
Hell yeah. I have an important question for, let me see here, Hayden and Theo.
Yeah.
You guys gonna have time to fucking characters become a monkey or what?
You talking shit right now?
They're both nearly complete.
Into the monkey, motherfuckers? Oh, I'm just shit talking. No reason. Well, I watched part of. It might be that my mic is in a different place than usual, because I rewatched part of last week's episode to see if I could isolate the sound of the burner, because I have no idea why it sounded good. And as I was watching, I was really bothered by how sharp my S sounds were. And so I'm trying to like have my mic be in a different place to see if that like takes the edge off of my S sounds. Let me know if this helped me or not. I don't really know.
I haven't noticed your S sounds at all, so
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Lumpy. I mean,
I believe that is I'm sure this problem has an issue, but listening to yourself / seeing pictures of yourself for like when you don't do it very often, you always universally feel embarrassed.
I do actually listen to my voice very often, because I coach debate, and we're always making recordings of ourselves speaking to like listen back to. But for whatever reason, on your recording on Friday, I was like, my S's sound really sharp. Maybe I'm being.
Simple. Just don't say any words with S.
I was thinking about that actually.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I should use other words that mean the same thing.
That would probably be pretty difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. Or the actor who plays Gandalf has very soft S sounds. They're almost like SHs.
Mm-hmm.
3 days as the crow flies. 3 days as the crow flies. You hear how his S's are like sounds?
Yeah.
I was like, maybe if I soften them a little bit, then they won't be so sharp. Like I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Like if we go back to the recording of Theos from last week, once you listen for it, you'll hear how hard and sharp my S's are last week.
And be honest, your S's like this is very distracting for me.
I don't know what you mean.
I do. And that's all that's important to me, bitch.
Well, once you get used to it, I think you'll hardly notice.
No.
It's like Lumpy has suddenly adopted a kind of lisp.
Yeah. As someone who used to have a lisp, fuck you.
lisp? Really?
Yeah, I used to have a lisp and a stutter. Not a great combination.
When I took Spanish lessons, I would take lisp very seriously because if you speak Spanish from Spain, they do lisp, like as part of the accent.
Weird.
I think it went back to there was like a Spanish king who had a lisp, and to not offend him, everyone was like, we should just speak like that as well.
Yeah, and then
Like,
it
right
just
there.
becomes natural, and you're like, yeah, this is how things are now.
Kind of, yeah. But it's like South American, Central American Spanish.
Mhm.
Not. I think it was because the Spanish monarchs got all like disgusting inbred. So maybe it was like a multi-generational face deformities. I wouldn't put it past him. So should we recap it all? What went down last week?
Came to a fucking beach village. Signed up for a volleyball match. Currently, we're in, I believe, the final 8. Is that correct?
Yep.
And it is. We have 2 teams. One is me and Mitchell. The other is Regal and Theo. We had the Goon squad, but they got out because they don't really have any powers to fucking cheat with, which is unfortunate. I got kidnapped for a short time. The kidnapper has since been dusted quite horrifically. And I think that's more or less where we ended.
Well,
Got disassociated from reality.
Yeah, not. Was thinking about that on the drive. Yeah, I think I've firmly come to the conclusion. Worst thing I've ever done in a game.
I thought we were talking about real life when we got back, and I was like, whoa, I didn't know this Peyton backstory.
Yeah, this paid in deep lore.
the choices I personally made during that session were awful. It was the worst thing I've ever done. We're like, well, Peyton, it was fine.
No, I made the same choices again. It's just that was a very unfortunate way for that man to go out.
Yeah. How much do you know about the altercation Peyton had, Regal?
That there was one, and that's about it.
Yep. You were a vital part of it.
Yeah,
Ah.
actually.
Hell yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I'll give you the recap. I think from how the rest of the party saw it, which is you got told by my goons that I was kidnapped. You found me just walking through the woods, just strolling. You were told to englobe me. You successfully englobed me. You got told to let me out of the globe in a very specific way by like basically cutting it in half and laying me out, and that worked. You resealed the globe. I then put Ash inside of the globe, and like a few minutes later, I had you open a small hole in the globe in which I pulled out the ash and some pink dust.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of this. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. So out of character, some guy who was made of smoke possessed me. I was able to control where he moved using telekinesis. So I shoved him to the other side of the globe and got let out like that. And then when he passed out from suffocating inside of that globe with no oxygen in it, he was mixed in with the rest of my ash, which couldn't form into his body. So when he passed out, his body tried to reform, couldn't properly reform, and went, "Okay, I'm out," and kind of turned into dust.
Yeah, so Payton's character can control specifically ash and smoke.
Yeah.
And eventually Payton realized that because the guy turned himself into smoke, that Payton could like push him around.
Bully him a bit, I see.
Hmm?
Yes, that's what that is called.
Yeah, we we partook in a small amount of tomfoolery.
Mm-hmm.
In a minor amount of tomfoolery.
A minor amount of tomfoolery that ended with someone
Listen,
literally
all
being
right.
turned to dust.
Listen, it's not like he was awake to feel it. That is the
That
only.
makes it so much better.
Yeah, I'm honest, that is literally the only upside I was able to glean.
Yeah.
It's like at least he wasn't awake to feel himself
We
disassociate.
brutally
on, like,
murdered
a
someone, but at
molecular
least
level.
they were knocked out before that point.
To be fair, he also stabbed me with himself or with myself, and was going to fucking imprison me. He can fuck himself.
Yeah.
I'd do the exact same thing again, knowing what would happen.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't be as surprised when it ended up happening.
Get away from the hiccups.
So yeah, a while ago, he basically had two choices, which was run out of oxygen by just staying in his form, or turn into his normal form and try and break out that way, which is why I put all the ash in there, because I was literally just going to strangle him.
Yeah, so like Payton mixed the smoke that was him in with a whole bunch of ash and smoke that Payton poured into there. And so eventually, like all the oxygen in the globe ran out because apparently desolidification doesn't mean you like need to stop breathing or stop eating. It just means that you
Or not solid.
right.
Yeah.
But all of his particles were mixed in with the smoke, so they were unable to like meet back up with each other and go back into person mode. So each of his particles
on molecular level, I believe, is what it's called.
Particles did turn back into flesh / bone, but they were not connected, which is what we in the business of living call a problem.
Oh shit!
Possibly even a catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
when one
like
part of your body can no longer be attached to the rest, that is dismemberment. If all of your body starts doing that, we're not sure what to call it, but it is very brutal. Your body just starts disassociating with existence.
Instantaneously by death. Because, I mean, let's see. So, cells can live without oxygen for like a few minutes. I mean, his cells were in contact with oxygen, all right. Just, not in the way you want them to be.
You
No,
really
the
don't want
real,
the inside cells to have contact with
no,
oxygen,
just,
besides when they're being attached by red blood cells.
it's just an open air design, open air cockpit. for each of
Yeah.
the cells.
You know, we're more of a free form body
Mhm.
plan around here.
Free range,
We kind of just let the cells do as they please.
like tasty free range chickens.
Yeah.
Why why are organic chickens the best snipers?
I don't know. Tell me.
Because they have infinite range.
Oh shit.
I
I
don't
don't.
think organic
think-
chickens have infinite range.
Do you mean like free range?
Yeah, but like they have no limits on their range.
Organic chickens do have a
They-
limited
they
range, though.
definitely
Organic,
do
in
if
terms
they-
of like
No. There's a way of wording this that makes it funny. All right, we're gonna
Uh-huh.
find it. We're gonna find it.
Okay,
it's
I'm
a
with
way
you.
of wording this that makes it funny. Yeah, there's with most things. That's
How
called a
long do you want to
joke.
try, Lumpy, before we can start paying attention to the game again?
Give me a minute, because they have.
Wow, that is very optimistic.
Yeah, that is very optimistic. As someone who has desperately clawed at jokes before, minute, bit generous.
I'll find it, fuckers. It'll
Yeah,
be worth.
okay.
I'm not questioning that you'll find it. I'm just questioning it in a minute.
It'll be
Yeah,
worth
the time frame.
because they have.
Oh yeah, I also haven't exactly explained to our teacher what happened out there, because I more or less came back minorly traumatized by what I have done.
Oh yeah, that was funny. Bruno was like, "Yeah, there was a leaf tune and looking
Yeah.
for you. Did he find you?"
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck Bruno got that confused by what happened. He's like, yeah, some leaf ninja like wanted him, I guess. I don't know. Directly told him that I was being kidnapped. He's like, yeah, this leaf ninja or kooky, I guess.
He was a leaf.
Could you
tune
go
and-
kidnap my student? Thanks.
You're right, he was a leaf ninja. He was a lot of things. He was a functioning human being.
Oh no.
At one time, there was a lot of him. There is
Yeah.
still a lot of him. It's just all over the place now.
Well, not really. It's pretty concentrated. You could probably scoop it up with a dustpan. Not sure you'd want to.
Oh.
But you know, the good news is, because he died, because he died, doesn't really matter how he died. None of my secrets are getting out. And now the only one who knows that I can do this is me. So really, net gain. I've killed someone who was hunting me down, and made the organization who was hunting me down really unhappy with me.
What's that
But
mean?
they also don't know what I do.
I view this as an absolute win.
Yeah. Because guess what? The next person who this after me can also probably disassociate.
Mm.
And you know what?
We're cool with that.
I'm gonna fucking make it to where my sword can hit fucking desolidified people, and I'm gonna upgrade my telekinesis. And you know what? Whenever I get attacked by anyone who's fucking desolidified, I'm just gonna shove a metric fuck ton of my own ash into them and start swinging. Because I'm still gonna be able to hit them when they're desolidified. And if they start resolidifying, they're gonna learn very quickly what happens when atoms aren't able to form proper bonds.
Well,
That's a good point. I have 5 points to spend.
Yeah.
you do, yeah.
Through
The
my
way
shit, no
I'm
CV.
doing, if you want, so if you want to spend them right away, it can only be to improve something you already have. If you want to purchase a whole new power, you'll have to wait for between missions.
Gotcha.
That's the way I'm ruling it.
Mhm.
I was about to say, imagine making new powers cringe, and I forgot I made a new power. It's like, fuck. I can't call it cringe.
It's okay.
No, you can.
You can do.
Oh, yeah,
things.
I can.
You're cringe.
True. I'm allowed to call myself cringe. That is a power I possess.
Yeah. You can even call other people.
That is
cringe.
always a power you can use.
I have this crazy power to call other people cringe as well.
Oh shit.
Well,
Yeah, that one's harder to hit with though.
Power to call other people cringe. Yeah, that sounds kind of fucking cringe, honestly.
yeah, I got
Oh.
a pretty good OSCV, offensive social combat modifier.
No.
Yeah, are we ever gonna see that social combat come around again?
That was
I
such a
guess I
funny
can start
question.
work on it.
That was such a funny question, Theo. What
What
level is sup?
what
We're like,
level
"Oh,
is what level is neck yourself, and can it get you banned?
it's a necromancy. It's
I've only said it once on this character. He can't
pretty,
ban me.
pretty dark magic. So it's the next morning. You wake up sort of whenever you'd like. The round of 8 and the round of 4 are today, and then the finals are tomorrow.
Hmm.
Because the finals, of course, is a round of 2. And the first match is around. It's around midday. It's not like at midday, because lunchtime, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It starts around like 10 a.m. Let's say. Well,
Do we know if any of us happen to end up facing each other, or are we pissed chilling?
you know that you are not facing each other at the moment.
It's shown it is.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are. You got a mini fridge stocked full of piss.
And at some point after wake up, I will try and find our teacher so I can explain to him exactly what happened and how I'm not really sure if I'm in the correct mental place to continue with this match.
You find him eating a continental breakfast in the hotel.
Germany.
In the what? This is Japan. A continental breakfast is like Chinese food.
Korea.
Depends on
eating
what
a
era,
continental
because right
breakfast.
now it's eggs and bacon and that sort of stuff too.
Big Pog.
Continental breakfast. It's like a big thing of kimchi. Continental breakfast.
In
I mean-
Korea, baby. Not in
But-
Japan.
It's on the continent.
It's not on the continent.
Korea is on the continent. What do you mean?
Korea is, but not Japan.
Yeah, well, that's what a continental breakfast would be in East Asia. It would be
This
like
sucks. I
Korean and
fucking hate
Chinese.
this bit.
Why would it not?
Surely it's also just like not from Korea and like from the land of other thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it would be land of fire food because that's continental in this world. So it would be like ramen. So it would be Japan. Japanese food is continental.
We've looped back around. Full circle, baby.
I'm glad you've come back.
He's eating
And where has your failure led you? Back to me.
back to me. He's eating traditional Japanese food like eggs and bacon, like some toast with baked beans on them.
Yeah. God, I fucking hate English.
Is that in response to the beans on toast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say they get them with mushrooms on toast, and that shit goes hard.
Those are really?
I mentioned I've already expressed my hatred of English. Big Pog.
How do they do the mushrooms?
They put them into so they saute the mushrooms and they add cream and like
Mhm.
garlic, and it's just like garlicly creamy mushrooms on toast.
That sounds like that could be all right.
That sounds not bad.
Yeah.
It's like not dissimilar from like dipping bread into like cream of mushroom soup.
Yeah.
This sounds like it actually could be pretty good. And also not hard to make. Sauteing mushrooms.
No, it's easy as fuck. Takes like
Yeah.
10 minutes at most.
I should
Sauté
try
shit
that.
is like so fucking easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm going grocery shopping tomorrow anyway. I'll just pick up some mushrooms. Fucking
Mushrooms are so broken.
go. Mushrooms are pretty OP.
No, potatoes are broken.
Potatoes are
Potatoes-
fucking beyond broken, man.
Yeah,
Potatoes and
completely
rice are
invalid.
fat fucking OP.
It's just too powerful. Throw in bread too. God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the next bad
Throwing
side,
wheat
Famine coming.
Yeah.
or flour, I guess.
I mean,
would
rice
be
is also pretty
accurate.
powerful. The
Yeah.
whole like carb slash
Carbs just too
uh,
good.
class is just totally broken.
It's just like
starches and
wherever you
grains
are.
fucking fat OP.
Yeah, it's like the fucking meat mains have just been in the dirt for centuries, playing second fiddle to the carbs. It's like, what the fuck?
Honestly, like who wants meat without carbs? It's like I would rather have a sandwich full of meat than just meat.
I don't know.
That down.
A fucking steak is kind of sick with it.
That
Yeah.
is true, but
Mhm.
like I like
But
potatoes.
here's the other thing: steak and potatoes.
Yeah.
Two with the shits to be left alive.
Mhm.
Fucking poor vegetables and fruits, man.
All right, hold on. Does anyone remember the anime that was on maybe 20 years ago called Fighting Foodons?
No,
I wasn't born. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Here's
I was one.
Here's the way this anime rolled. You would cook a meal, right? And then that meal would come to life and fight other meals.
That's so sick.
It's so sick.
Just have
There's like-
spaghetti arms fighting.
No, there's like this hot dog, and he's got two holsters on his hips. One's got mustard and one's got ketchup, and he's like a cowboy.
Sounds like a bizarre version of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
I remember when did Yu-Gi-Oh come out?
Oh,
It's old now, but I can't remember when.
around that time, actually, I think.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I would watch it on like Saturday mornings.
Imagine instead of Yu-Gi-Oh, we could have had food arts.
Yeah, it came out every
Freaking
Thursday.
reality where that is the case.
Every Thursday, the new episode of Yu-Gi-Oh would come out. and I would
Yeah.
watch it. It was sick. I remember watching the fucking all of Yu-Gi-Oh as it came out.
Hmm.
It was the littest shit I've ever seen.
I was only able to start watching around GX, but we like GX.
I never even saw GX.
Hmm.
It was crazy because I'd get the cards afterwards and I'd be like, "This doesn't do nearly the same thing it does in the show. What the fuck?"
Someone sucks.
Because the
These all
show's
suck.
character cheat.
Yeah, like they play the spooky castle card, right? And then Yugi plays Swords of Revealing Light, and then what he does. He's still the enemy's board is like huge. Swords of Revealing Light prevents attacks, so the enemy team has this huge menacing board that Yugi like can't deal with. So what he does is they have this floating castle out that's like buffing all of his shadow monsters, and Yugi takes his monster and attacks the castle's flotation ring because it's like floating.
Yeah.
Which try doing that in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Monsters, get out of the way.
He attacks the castle's flotation ring. And then the Becker's like, you didn't even lay a scratch on my castle. All you did was take out its flotation ring. And the Yugi goes, if I took out its flotation ring, what's keeping it up? And it's like, he looks up there and it's like balanced on top of the Swords of Revealing Light. And then the Swords of Revealing Light, of course, ends after 3 turns. So the castle in the sky just falls and crushes all of his monsters.
There's a bunch of really stupid freaking stuff like that. Attacking things that you can't attack. Such as
I'd like
the
to,
moon.
I'd like to attack the other player with my fist. He'd fucking punch him in the face.
Fighting the fish guy, Mako Tsunami.
I mean, I think there is a character that tries that several times. He's just not very good at it.
Yugi successfully destroys the moon with one of his monsters.
What is it? Tristan, I think, is the character that tends to try and fight things and usually just loses.
Well, he's got the standard Japanese gangster haircut, which is a pompadour.
Yeah.
That's the way of coding that he's a gangster. By the way, Joey Wheeler is my fucking anime waifu. That guy. So sick. What an arc he had, too. He starts the show as Yugi's childhood bully. And then fucking smurfs a whole season when Yugi's like captured in that fucking circle magic.
Mm.
Anyway, Bruno is eating a continental breakfast of
Food.
hot dog, Philly cheesesteaks. We'll just change it every time.
Yeah. You look away. He's eating new food.
Yeah. Schrodinger's menu.
Blanking, he's eating new food. Cursed.
Yeah.
Oh wait, does he just get stuck once Kairi walks up because Kairi can't blink?
He goes, hey, stop that.
You see his plate's just empty.
Funny.
It's his illusion diet where he
Illusion diet.
he tricks his body into thinking he's eating.
This comes
He's
with
actually been
nearly
eating
zero
rocks this whole time.
calories.
Yeah. It fills you right up, but no calories. It's not.
True.
It's like you're not even eating. Crazy how
Yeah.
you're not.
Like, hey, Bruno, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yeah, of course. You want something to eat as well?
No, I'm fine. So you know how I got kind of kidnapped yesterday?
Yeah, I heard that happened. What of it?
I don't think I'm going to be in the best mental state to play volleyball today.
Part of overcoming your limits is stepping up in times like these.
Bruno, I think I disassembled someone on a molecular level on accident. I'm kind of working through some shit.
That's sick. How'd you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, who?
Incredulous. That
This is where you just repeat yourself exactly to see if the response is the same.
now, just to make sure you heard me correctly, I accidentally disassembled someone on a molecular level, and I'm trying to work through it. And would you care to respond to that again?
Think how amazing it would be if you could do that on purpose. Hello?
Mouth agape.
Okay, first I should ask, like, did this person sort of deserve it?
I mean,
Because
they
if
stabbed
not,
me with
then-
me and attempted to kidnap and presumably imprison me, so yes.
Okay, well then what's the problem?
Kind of a horrific way to kill someone, wouldn't you say?
But effective.
I suppose.
Yeah. That's what we're about here. Effective ways of getting the job done.
Weren't you very judgmental when I stabbed that man to death?
Well, yeah, because he was sort of like running away and everything. Whereas it sounds like this guy was like super up your ass. If you
I mean, more in my lungs, but yes, I suppose.
well, if it's like in the heat of things and you didn't do it on purpose, then like
I mean, I meant to kill him, just not like that. Just not a good way to go. Trying to go for a nice, easy suffocation.
well, you know, this kind of thing, like it sounds like you were not trying to kill this person. It sounds like you were like trying to sort of knock them out, and you sort of made a mistake, went a little too far. The kind of thing happens. Jumping down the hole and skewering that guy as he was running is totally different.
You seem rather nonchalant about this whole thing.
Listen, I've killed like tons of people. You must understand. Like,
Are you like a 14-year-old kid though? That's the second person I've ever killed.
Well,
And I've done
like,
it in the most horrific way I've ever heard of.
have you heard of the 10,000 hours theory of excellence? Where
They have to spend 10,000 hours on something to become a master of it? That thing.
That's the one. So if you start early with the whole killing people thing, you'll be great at it in no time.
Are you telling me I should begin to kill more people so I can get better at it faster?
Well, it's like limit testing, you know?
I need to go lie down for a bit.
Don't miss your match.
I will throw something small and inconsequential at him.
Bounces off.
Nah. I missed the match. I'll
my
fucking
God.
show up.
Kairu's out there getting 1v2'd.
And he
Yeah,
doesn't even
I
have a
know
chance
now.
of returning the first serve.
Yeah.
King 1v2, he just gets fucking pelted in the face. First serve.
That would be quite something.
Yeah.
What is everyone else doing for like breakfast for the match?
Prior to the match?
Yeah, is that because the match is gonna be at like around 10 a.m. You're waking up significantly earlier because you're still on that like regimented ninja lifestyle. So you're getting up like wicked early. So you've got some time to kill, and I want to give you guys the opportunity to like do stuff if you'd like.
Aside from like getting food and relaxing all cool, playing on the beach, I'm vibing.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much my plan.
Okay. I assume you guys just like get food at the hotel you're staying at. Nothing crazy.
Pretty much.
Cool. All right. Everyone who does that actually. Yeah, so Payton and Mitchell. You guys are also eating at the hotel? And
Yeah.
Regal and Theo as well. Payton and Mitchell. Oh, what was that, Theo?
Nothing. Never mind.
I think you're saying bye to someone.
Oh. Payton and Mitchell, your food tastes a little funny.
If it tastes funny at all, I will instantly spit it out and stop eating.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going with the same plan.
Fair enough.
And I will fucking yeah, I'll actually just get up and head out. I still need food. I cannot trust food here apparently. I will go fucking fish and get food that way. Or more specifically, I will go fish and Moklin will give me food that way because I suck at fishing.
Okay. And
There are
Mitchell,
markets, no? You don't have to like go fish.
Yeah, there are markets.
Yeah. But if my food here is fucked with, then I am going to just go for the safest possible route and get food that people cannot fuck with very easily. Food I make
Understandable.
myself.
Okay.
I'll poison my own goddamn food.
Yeah, Regal and Theo, you guys don't notice anything out of the ordinary with what you're eating.
Gotcha.
I think Kira is going to go to the markets, seeing as he does not know how to fish.
Cool. Yeah. You have no trouble finding affordable, tasty foods. And it does not taste out of the ordinary.
Yeah. He definitely will keep a better eye on the sellers, but he's fine otherwise.
Good call. Good call. And you do feel a little queasiness, but not in a stat affecting way. More in a boy. You might get the runs later.
There's only one way to prevent this.
Hmm?
Food out of the system.
Hard reset.
Yeah,
Cleanse the pipes. Open both ends.
both. It
Sweep.
Yeah.
hasn't gone through the system yet. It's only in one part of the system. Why didn't you do both ends?
Gotta be real sure you get it all.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. There are some illnesses that just hit you really quickly, but then you pass and like you'll be shitting and vomiting really intensely for like 2 hours, and then you'll be totally fine.
Yeah.
I forget what they're called. Yeah. What?
11 out of 10 confused, but all right.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That was a fun fact. Then I realized I didn't know anything about it. So it's like, where's the
I
fact?
mean, I know that it exists. It's because like you shouldn't vomit for like 3 hours, but then like it gets out of your system, so it's like, damn, it's gone.
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah,
takes a
yeah.
long time for shit to get in your blood from like digestively.
Yeah. So that's what I
And
meant by open both ends.
yeah, no, I'm with you,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Generally, you don't open both ends. Generally, it's just one end.
That's not your
Yeah.
go-to. It's just more thorough.
Well, no, the thing is, it takes like an hour for something to go from your stomach to your small intestine. So as long as an hour hasn't passed, vomiting generally just does the trick.
I don't know. I kind of like being thorough.
Yeah, you like having a bucket while sitting on the toilet?
I like to have a bucket while throwing up into the toilet.
That's
Ah.
normal.
I think my mind's just on diarrhea because I've been sick all day. I'm kind
I
of.
mean,
I'm
I'm
kind
not
of
sick,
out of.
but my eyes
Okay,
are
but,
super
like,
bloodshot for no reason, which makes me worried.
surely you're sitting on the toilet and puking into the bucket.
That's so backwards.
Maybe you are. You know, I agree with Real on this one. I don't know what the fuck Lumpy's on about.
You throw up into the toilet, and you shit into the bucket.
One time I actually didn't have a bucket, so it was shit into the toilet and throw up into the shower.
I've done that now and then. The shower is right next to the toilet for me
It's a
though.
pretty good
Yeah.
tech.
Yeah, no, it was right next to it. That's I was like, well, I don't want to vomit onto the rug, so sometimes you
Yeah.
just gotta take the L.
Did your drain smell in the toilet or in the shower rather?
In the toilet, yes. No, very little bit like actually went down the drain. I didn't vomit a lot. It was just more of like, oh, this is happening now, and then
Yeah.
it was over as fast as it started.
Mm-hmm. Like you can only vomit so much until it becomes like just dry heaving.
I don't really dry heave. I kind of get out of the system. My body's like, all right, we're done here.
Oh, my
I
body.
have vomited up in nothing but stomach acid before, which is probably the most vile experience ever.
It fucking sucks.
It's just a burning.
I hate.
That's
Yeah.
it.
I hate throwing up so much. I would just rather like sit and be nauseous for 3 hours than throw up for 2 minutes and be fine.
All right. Okay.
No,
That's
I disagree. Just get over
I
it.
disagree. Yeah, I think just get it over with.
I just hate it so much, man.
Bloody noses are really annoying as well. I haven't had
I
bloody nose in
don't
a while.
have problems with bloody noses like ever. I don't think I've had one.
I have them pretty, not regularly, but like
On a basis of like, there's a couple that happen in a year.
I thought I had the biggest brain move ever one time with the bloody nose, which is like, all right, I need to take a shower. I'll just take a shower with the bloody nose. Fucking easy. Terrible idea. Terrible fucking idea.
yeah, 'cause
Wait,
it just like never clots, and you're just like,
Well, and not just because of that, but because the shower water hits the blood and throws it everywhere.
that's
So
true.
you look like you're in a fucking murder scene. And it takes longer for it to clot because it's so humid. So it's like I'm now in a murder scene for the next 20 minutes. Because I'm not gonna get out of the shower while I'm still have a fucking bloody nose. I'm in too deep now.
I mean, surely you just turn off the shower and then just like sit there for a little bit, and then.
No, because I'm gonna have fucking blood drying on my skin. That shit's annoying.
Fair.
I have a bloody nose like every 2 weeks, maybe.
Really?
Damn.
That often?
That's really often.
Like so much. Like when I get a bloody nose, I'm like, oh, this again. It's like a non-issue.
Yeah, that happens very often. It's once every like 2 weeks.
I think I've had maybe one bloody nose that lasted like 2 seconds in my life. It was, I don't think I've really had one.
I've had a few, but they usually take a goodly little bit.
I am bloody nose
child,
immune.
I had them all the time, but these days, not so much.
You ever have a bloody nose in your sleep?
Yeah.
No.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I wake up and
I,
it's just like a shit ton of blood on my pillow. I'm like, I had a bloody nose last night.
Yeah, my mom came to wake me up when that happened, and boy, was that an event.
Because like always in shows and stuff, like getting a bloody nose is a sign of like something meaningful happening. And I'm
No,
like,
it's just
that
something that
is
happens.
Not yeah. I'm just like,
Nope.
It's a Tuesday. I'm about due.
Insane. Every 2 weeks?
More or less. Not like clockwork.
No, but like overall, you average it out.
Tuesday, 3 o'clock, bloody nose time.
Happens
Was around
more,
until like
happens more in the
20 something
winter
a year?
'cause it's like so dry. Yeah, I'd say 20 a year is like not that much different.
Jesus Christ.
It's like such a non thing.
I mean, it's not a problem. It's just like that's a lot of bloody nose.
I guess. I don't know. How many bloody noses do you have, Mitchell?
Once in a very long while. I'd bet probably 4 times a year, and that's probably like giving it a lot of credit.
We don't credit things here.
You plagiarize.
I mean, not crediting doesn't necessarily mean plagiarizing. It could just all be original work, and you have no one to credit.
It could be, yeah.
But Lumpy's mind is on stealing. He
Oh,
only steals.
Yeah. I'm a prodigious thief.
Is that what
So-
teaching really is?
In what way?
You
Every word.
regurgitate the knowledge of the elders.
That's true. Every word I say is a word I've heard somewhere else before.
No.
I didn't invent any of these.
Not yet.
Teaching, otherwise known as stealing from your elders to teach to the young.
It's borrowing.
It's like though
You'll teach it back to them when they get fucking Alzheimer's.
You're only allowed to tell
Big
someone
cog.
something if you thought of it yourself.
anti-capitalist system of you can imagine you're taking from someone and not paying them. And then the children aren't even paying for it. Their parents are.
But like parents can buy things for children.
Well, they're dependent, they don't have money.
Uh,
Listen, until you're fucking old enough to
And,
where
you
your
know,
parents
hold
want you
on.
out of the house, you're basically your parents' property.
Yeah.
So really, if you're just buying stuff for your property.
But like teachers also, when they're making their curriculum plans, basically when they're planning out what they're going to teach over the year, do have to, or the school on their behalf does purchase access and distribution rights to the things, so it's not uncredited. Like if we're using a textbook, we still have to like get
the
cleared to
children buy
use
the
it.
rights.
We get the rights to use the textbook in the classroom, and then often students do have to buy textbooks as well.
Mm-hmm.
But usually they're the school's books that you like lend out every year to the
Yep.
students.
You make the children buy the school's books that they then have to give
No.
back.
No.
No,
okay.
you just lend them out.
I was like, whoa, wait, that's actually a little weird.
Sometimes what'll happen is there's too
That's
many students for not enough textbooks. I will say a lot of that has been fixed with like online textbooks recently, because like it mostly the problem becomes like shipping time, at least here, because like all the textbooks are made in the U.S. So with online textbooks, it's like, oh, you buy the textbook and it's just there, so it's lit.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. That would be crazy if it had like a shipping time. I guess you do have to download it. So you're a liar, Eagle. You have to download it. That's like shipping.
Well, they're available online anyways. You don't necessarily have to download them first.
You have to load a website.
Oh, okay, cool.
Get shit on.
Fuck you.
Who knows how long that HTML will take to load up? Might be like 4 seconds.
God damn.
HTML like 4 fucking hours.
Surely HTML doesn't take 4 hours to load.
It's been about that bad here a couple times.
Damn. That is rather unfortunate.
Not recently, granted,
But at periods of history, it has occurred.
Alright. So,
Because your ISP was like invented by Hitler to sabotage the Americans.
huh?
Wait, hold up.
Peyton's ISP is like a
subhuman criminals.
yeah.
What's your ISP, Peyton?
Fucking CenturyLink.
CenturyLink.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Subhuman criminals.
Okay.
All I remember is
You guys are not
looking them up
expecting
because
any
I
other answer.
did not read good things about them.
Is it like
No.
a regional service? Because
I have no fucking
when I
idea.
lived up in Vermont, it was like Cox was the service that like a lot of people in the Burlington area used, and it was like notoriously half-assed.
It's the only service we got, except for there was a fiber optic that was being laid, right? And it stopped like 400 feet down the road. It was like, hey, we will literally pay you to run the line here. And they're like, all right, it'll cost $100,000. What? Huh? I'm sorry, what? The fuck are you on about?
Oh,
is-
that's freaking nightmare.
We will no longer pay you to put the line here.
Yeah, because some companies want to move into places and then stuff gets freaking like just bogged down to hell because the company is currently there. Is like, yeah, we'd rather just hold a monopoly here, guys. So, could you just tie them up forever in freaking legal nonsense? All that is nightmare.
That's rough.
So basically, if I ever decide that it's time, I'm going to bomb CenturyLink. That's about it.
Because
This isn't a joke. This is
ISPs
admissible in court.
It's where do you live? What IPS? What ISP do you have? Oh, the one near you. Oh, good. That's your option.
Yep.
You get the one, unless you're lucky, and then you might have the second.
We're supposed to get like 20 megabyte download speed, and usually we're getting somewhere around like 5.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it's why, unironically, if I ever decide that it's time for me to leave this earth, I am going to go fucking bomb CenturyLink. I'm gonna fucking
Damn, you have like a
tap
quarter.
into my Irish heritage that I'm not sure I have. I'm gonna buy a fucking red Honda Civic, and that's it.
It's like, so, when did you start becoming a domestic terrorist? Well, it was St. Patrick's Day, and
Well, it was CenturyLink.
I was feeling particularly Irish that day.
Yeah. Pretty sure I have the Anarchist's cookbook around here somewhere. Pretty sure that tells you how to make a fertilizer bomb.
Yep.
Probably.
Sweet.
Google
Do I still have it on my
can
computer?
confirm.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I can.
I just have the Anarchist's cookbook. Big Pog. How do you make a fertilizer bomb?
One would assume with fertilizer.
I don't know. You start with a really small bomb, right? And then you go to like a gardening store and buy fertilizer, and you grow it into a bigger one.
I never thought of that.
Thermite? Thermite's easy.
A thermos?
No, thermite.
Oh, like the kind you get in your like floorboards
No. Like the kind that burns incredibly hot.
that like chews through your woodwork.
Well, chews through a lot of things.
Yeah. Call a Serene to get rid of your
Napalm.
thermite.
Napalm was also pretty easy. All napalm really takes is like paint thinner, gasoline, and styrofoam.
Yeah, the napalm was really outshone by the BlackBerry, and then that by the iPhone.
Yeah.
All right.
So-
So the first match of the day is Peyton and Mitchell against two guys in gas masks.
Oh, they got the napalm. Okay.
And you notice a fine white powder scattered across your entire side of the match. No, I'm kidding. They don't actually like powder your side of the match with napalm. Although it did get here
Napalm is not a fine white powder.
I thought it was like phosphorus base. Am I thinking of the wrong thing?
No, that you mean white phosphorus?
Isn't that napalm?
No, napalm is jellied gasoline, more or less.
Yeah. White
Oh.
phosphorus is so much worse.
Yeah, white phosphorus is really bad because it generates a metric fuck ton of smoke. It burns on contact with air, and it's also toxic. So it will light you on
it's
fire.
napalm plus.
If you breathe it in,
Ah.
it's going to, well, light your lungs on fire, basically, and do a metric fuck ton of internal damage, and will also kill you because it's toxic. It's really bad. White
You know-
phosphorus is a fucking war crime.
I kind of thought they were the same thing.
No.
No. I mean,
White
napalm
phosphorus
is
is
also
fucked.
kind of war
Napalm's-
crimey, but
Oh,
it's less
napalm's also a war
crimey.
crime.
Different scales of war crime.
Yeah. Well, it's because napalm, like, it's
Let's,
gonna fuck you up really badly because it burns and it sticks to
Okay,
you.
let's make the war crime
Uh,
tier list right now.
Yeah, war crime tier list.
Yeah, what's like an S tier war crime?
S tier war crime would be use of white phosphorus on civilians, because that would be chemical weapons on a civilian target.
Okay, well actually let's start at the other end. What's like the tamest war crime?
Tamest
Let's-
war crime?
Like shooting a journalist or something?
I don't think that's particularly
Probably
tame.
accidental discharge on civilian target, I would guess, is low class war crime.
Stealing
basic
humanitarian aid,
munitions.
probably actually would be
Really?
yeah. Stealing
Yeah.
humanitarian aid would probably be the lowest
Yeah.
because you aren't directly attacking anyone.
What if it's due to like corruption during peacetime? Is that still a war crime, or is it just like a crime? of
Corruption during peacetime.
think
Well,
that's just
there are a bunch
white-collar
of different
crime
types of
at
war
that point.
crimes.
So like
So,
if I embezzle
like,
humanitarian aid as like
If you
a state
embezzle
official,
humanitarian aid,
During a war
that could be argued that's a crime against humanity, but that isn't really a war crime.
so, like let's say the U.S. is at war with Canada, which we all know is coming, right? and-
Sure.
And I work for
Uh-huh.
like the Massachusetts.
The
government.
shortest war that was ever fought.
Yeah, we get shit up. And I work for like the Massachusetts state government, right? And we
Mhm.
were being given like an X amount of humanitarian aid dollars, and I just like pocket a big chunk of that. Is that a war crime because it's happening during war?
No, that is not a war crime. A war crime is usually actions taken by active combatants against non-active combatants or active combatants in a way that violates the rules of war. So shooting at civilians, executing POWs, use
So-
of chemical weapons,
Okay. So
Shit
if
like that.
instead
Torture.
I was a soldier, and
Yeah.
during like a foray into the greater
sure.
Detroit area, I swipe a whole bunch of trucks of food aid going to Canada.
Mhm.
That would be stealing humanitarian aid.
Yeah, which I actually don't know if that's a war crime, but I think it probably falls somewhere into the list.
What if you blew
because-
up an unoccupied like Red Cross?
You blew up an
Sure.
unoccupied that causing undue destruction, I believe, is a war crime.
Yeah, isn't
It's a very low level
targeting?
one.
Isn't targeting like Red Cross stuff?
Yes, targeting Red Cross that is actively marked is a war crime. Targeting medics who are non-combatants and are actively marked as medics is a war crime. Targeting civilians is a war crime.
So F tier would be-
POWs is a war
would be
crime.
like blowing up something.
Well, of
marked
course, the
Red
Russians did
Cross.
not give a damn about targeting medics.
Yeah, they
No
don't
one's
even-
ever given a fuck about
Yeah.
targeting medics.
They don't give a damn about their battery.
Because turns out, if you kill the medics, you're more likely to win the fight, and if you win the fight, you don't have to worry about war crimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then you're the one.
Well, if you win the
running
war,
tribunal.
let me phrase it like that. You don't have to win the fight to not worry about war crimes. Germans won a whole lot of fights, and they sure the fuck had to worry about war crimes.
Damn, the ICC really needs some dentures because they are toothless.
So yeah, F tier would probably be like undue destruction of property.
All right.
Like actively going every way to destroy a bunch of civilian like property that won't contribute to the war effort. Would probably be like the lowest.
Then
war
like
crime.
D tier would be like a truck with a red cross on it, then no one's in it.
Yeah, attacking things that are obviously not supposed to be attacked and would be a war crime. Yeah, I think that'd probably count.
Can I point something out that is entirely irrelevant to this conversation?
Sure.
If you look at the map, right?
Yeah.
Now look at the port, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How did this guy get like that?
That's what we in the business called turbo drifting. Maybe you should look it up.
He really Austin Powers himself in there, didn't he?
I mean, he could have just been placed into the dock from on land.
But then how does
Just
he do
pushed
that?
his
very
boat
odd way
sideways.
to like
Place it,
No.
yeah.
I forget what it's called when you first put a ship on water, but
Float?
maybe.
It looks also spicy to
What,
get out.
launch,
because
you mean?
have to, like,
You launch ships generally.
how do you rotate a boat on the spot?
Well, you grab like a
Pretty
rope.
much- yeah,
Oh,
you're gonna
It's-
tow them
it's-
out with 2 ropes.
Well, the other way
Or-
is you
or just,
would
like, Rotate.
you tie a rope to one. You tie it to the dock on one side. You have someone take a rope and go down the other side to kind of put it in its correct orientation.
gotcha.
This isn't an unfixable situation. It's just a weird one to.
Yeah, no, you can get out of this. It's just gonna take a lot more effort than it really needs to.
Why wouldn't it have
Also,
been put
shout
out?
out to like this.
Why wouldn't it
Yeah,
have been put out
dumbass.
like the long way instead of horizontally? You know, like if you put that boat there, why wouldn't you put it pointing out?
Well,
Because
Yeah,
the
there's no
designer
reason
of
you
the
wouldn't.
map was not thinking. They went, oh look, I have a dock. Let me just attach a boat to the dock sideways, because boats are supposed to be sideways against docks. And then didn't think of, wait, I have other docks that doesn't make sense why that person would be boating there.
Okay.
Designing
Turbo
maps is
drifting
hard.
sweaty.
Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to distract from the conversation as a whole. Just
No problem.
was
Oh, it's all right.
gazing off into the distance.
At that boat. And this poor freaking...
The distance
Decisions.
being about 2.5 to 3 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. So we'll do Payton and Mitchell's volleyball combat first.
Mhm.
So you arrive. There are 2 people already standing sort of on the other side of the pitch, or
Mhm.
the court, or whatever it's called, and
Just
they
two.
are they both are wearing gas masks, and things already seem like a little hazy over there, and the air seems a bit greenish and thicker than usual.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, Payton, you, since you have sort of chakra sight, can see that their gas masks, sort of the tube at the front. I don't really know what that part of it's called. That's the filter, I guess.
Yeah,
From
the
the
filter.
end of its filter, from where the air would be coming out after they exhale, is this chakra-rich, gaseous something is being expelled.
I'm about to suffocate 2 people.
It does not seem to be smoke that you can do something with.
No, but I can just plaster a fuck ton of ash over the end of the filter, and they're gonna have a real hard time breathing through that.
Good point. You could
Yeah. Which means we're gonna do a couple more fucking fastballs straight at the face.
All right. So, which of you two will be serving?
I don't know. Would you love to serve, Mitchell?
I think to start. Well, actually, I can touch the ball and make it wet anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Karu is not especially offensively built, though.
Yeah, I'll serve. I guess.
Karu is very much more defensively built.
Yeah, I got 7 OCV. And I can also kind of cheat. Which you fucking know I'm going to be doing.
So now that we are in the tougher matches, this is going to be more of a point-by-point way of doing it. But it's a to 7 points, not like the full whatever.
Play out the entire thing. Yeah.
But you do have to win by 2 points. So like if you get to 7 and they're at 6, you don't win yet. You have to get to 8. Which I think is how it's done in volleyball anyway. You have to win by 2.
Yeah, you have to win by 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's done most things where you go back and forth serving.
Yep.
Yeah. So as you sort of wind up to serve Peyton, there's this like heavy breathing sounds coming from your opposition, and it's getting harder and harder to see their side of the pitch.
All right.
Through this like, greenish, opaque sort of hazy stuff.
How big is this area, by the way?
It's like I could look up the specs, but in game hexes, it's like 5 hexes wide, 6 hexes deep. So like around 15 feet across or 5 meters across, and then closer to 20 meters deep is the zone.
Well, if you suggest to Keiru to take a few steps forward, that's nearly half of their area that Keiru can then see. And if either of them are within that area to begin with, then Keiru can see them the entire game.
Yeah.
And presumably, eventually, someone's gonna get, or the other person will also get into it. So,
yeah,
Keiru's got fat cheeks.
They can hide all they want, except I can't see them normally. So,
yeah, one of them,
their smoke cloud is worthless.
One of them you can see Keiru is farther forward on their side, and the other one you would guess is farther back. Peyton, even though you have chakra sight, it's really tough to make out what's what because this gaseous something is like infused with chakra, so it's sort of difficult to differentiate.
Can people outside see very well? Like see into it very well?
If you ask your goons, they'll tell you no.
You know, I see this as an absolute win because it means I can just cheat way more blatantly with my telekinesis. It'll be harder for the people outside to call me out on it. So, fuck it. Fun times at the OK
Now
Corral.
they won't be able to see us.
Yeah.
Wait, they can't see us. Frick.
Question.
Yes.
The top 8 matches, are they still also simultaneous, or?
They are simultaneous. The next round will not be simultaneous.
Okay.
So your match is happening right now as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll see how nearby it is, though. Give me a second. So your match is taking place not in the next court over, but the one after that. So there's one court between you two that is playing like a different game.
Got it.
Would we like to do this like truly simultaneously?
No,
That
I was.
like fucking
That
nightmare.
sounds terrible.
Yeah.
I was asking if they were simultaneous because if they weren't, then I would be quicksanding the fuck out of the enemies.
Hard
Fair
cheating.
Fair
Big
enough.
Pog.
Big Pog, Big Pog.
Would you like me to roll to serve at this point?
Absolutely. Give me a roll.
All right. And you know for a fact that I'm going to fucking cheat my ass off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I have to hit 7, or 7 is my OCV, so that becomes
7 plus 11
8.
minus whatever you rolled, 8. They do catch your serve. It's a bit tougher to aim away from people because it's sort of fuzzy where they are. So they do manage to receive your serve. And
Can I assist with that? Seeing as I can at least see one of them. And so kind of try and keep Anir updated with where they are. At least every few seconds to try and keep it updated.
you are absolutely able to do that.
Yeah.
This one they do still manage, even though his serve is pretty darn good, to get their
Yeah,
body
I'm just saying it for as the game continues.
Yeah. And they will return it with a very poor.
That's
roll.
bad, and I'm gonna make that worse. I would like to use telekinesis to just have that fucking fly out of the fucking court.
It
I
sure
want that
does.
to hit the moon, not literally hit the moon, of course, but
Oh, it just flies fucking straight out the ring.
yeah.
That is 1 point for you. Their smoke is now sort of entering your side of the ring,
Mhm.
and it is getting tougher for you, Anir, to see. Mitchell, your vision in quotations is like
Honestly,
entirely.
Karu, if that was ever mentioned, was more nervous about having a hard time breathing. If all it is smoke, then
Yeah.
Karu was like, "Oh no, I can't. Oh wait, I can't see anyway."
Also, they blocked it, right?
They blocked your serve, and then they went to volley it back, and it just flew out the fucking.
Does that mean that some ash perchance may have gotten on them?
A little bit, yeah.
Funny.
There's like a light dusting on one of their forearms and another one's hands.
That's all it takes.
They serve so poorly.
Are we doing
Jesus.
alternating
Yeah,
serves?
can I just send that way over as well?
Yeah, we're just gonna do alternating serves.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother with the idea.
Yeah, you suspect you don't even need to, Peyton.
Yeah, right.
It just flies out. They kind of curse.
Look at it, and you're just
there.
like, "Should I mess with that?" It's already headed toward the line.
Curse over
Nah,
there.
it's already bad enough.
They curse over there like, "Kussar." All right, your turn to serve, Peyton.
So
Sick.
that is going to beat it by 10.
They whiff their catch of it.
So it's now 3-0.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mitchell. So since Peyton is serving, I'm guessing you're playing closer to the net.
Yeah.
Your fears are not unfounded, and as you breathe, you notice there's like something's off. Something's not right. You take 17 points of drain to your dex.
Oh, that brings me to 0. Well, really, it brings me to negatives, but I don't know if that exists for
17.
here.
So dex is 2 points. It takes
Per
2
point.
points
Yeah.
to buy each point of dex.
Ah, okay.
So this eats through your dex at 17 points worth of dex.
So 8.5.
So yeah, so just 8
Mhm.
then. So you lose 8 points of dex.
And you just mark the half if it happens again.
Yeah. Can I mark that on the sheet? Looks like I can. Just leave it at 8.5 and hope it doesn't freak. Good. It is automatically assuming 8.
Okay.
I'm doing it for this character sheet because I have it in
Mhm.
the Google Doc one. I'm not going to mess around with that one.
Yeah. And at a rate of, if there was a drain, hypothetically, which impacted your OCV, then it would take 5 points of drain to knock down your OCV by 1 point.
Yeah, but you would never do that, right?
Oh, surely not. Surely not. But
at
like
this point,
hypothetically, if one were to, that would be how it would look.
Yeah. I am actually going to start attempting to use the ash that's on them to slow down the gas. You know, some of those holes might be plugged up slightly. How could that happen? That's kind of kooky. Kooky, crazy, maybe a little bit silly.
So it is their turn to serve. While they serve at you, is that what you're attempting to do, Peyton?
Nah, I'm just gonna fucking keep trying to fuck them over with telekinesis. I want all of them to suck dick.
Mhm.
I want them to hit the net. I want them to fly out of the ring. I want them
They,
to eat ass.
they're sending a pretty fucking solid serve at you guys.
I mean, I don't know, like, mechanically how much my telekinesis actually changes that. As a note.
I've got like a modifier I'm using on their OCV. So like you have how many points of strength and telekinesis?
12 strength.
12. Yeah, so I'm treating that as a drain on their OCV. 10 points of drain. So I'm treating their OCV as being 2 points lower.
Okay.
As long as you're doing that with your ash. But if you start doing something else with your ash, then that will no longer be drained, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah. So the ball's heading towards your side. I'll say they hit it towards Mitchell because they see that he may be a little bit more sluggish than usual.
Is the cloud at this point like kind of obscuring Keiru as well?
Keiru's tough to see from Hayden's POV and the audience as well.
Oh,
he's not invisible, but it is definitely hazy.
Then seeing as I'm a little sluggish and don't think I'm probably going to be able to get there in time, would it be possible to hit it with a kind of low power ice kunai to try and knock it in the direction of Peyton?
So is that something that requires like gestures or something like that?
Nope. And can come from literally anywhere on me.
Okay. So describe to me sort of, assuming that smoke wasn't here, right? What would this look like?
Well, I guess rather than a piercing shard, it's more of, well, just a blast to kind of deflect it in the direction of La.
Peyton?
Yeah, of Peyton. Of a near.
Okay.
Hero at least will attempt to play up that he's jumping up into the air to like block it, but he's basically just hitting it with magic rather than touching it physically.
Okay, gotcha. So instead of just making like a regular OCV roll, I'll have you roll as if you're using your ice kunai, which I think you have more.
Yeah,
combat
I
skill
have
levels with?
much higher. Well, much higher. It's at least significantly higher because I can put a couple combat levels into it.
Sure, give it a go.
All right. So I think that boosts my OCV up to like 6.
How many combat skill levels do you have in your ice
I
kunai?
want to say 2, but maybe I'm misremembering because I could have sworn it was 7, but maybe. Oh no, it is 3 because I can put. It's technically because it basically acts as a kunai. You said.
Yeah.
Then
So
I can add the basic one in, and then I have extra combat skill levels which are specific to Ice Kunai power. Well,
Gotcha.
specific to Ice Kunai and 2 other powers that I don't yet have access to.
All right, yeah, go for it.
So that brings my OCV to 7, basically. And now it's not going to matter because I'm going to roll a freaking 16. Oh, at least it's a little better.
Not bad, not bad. So yeah, you're successfully able to deflect it towards Peyton.
Yep.
All right, Peyton, give me an attack roll to get that bad boy over the net.
Attack roll to get the bad boy over the net. I'll be attempting to keep cheating like a piece of shit. Funny, and fuck them.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Cheating indeed.
Sails over quite easily.
So I think that's 12 under.
12 under.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do not receive it well. They've got not bad OCV. You've just been rolling really well, and they've been rolling really poorly. So right now,
why is our cheating not working?
Right now,
We're cheating harder.
really poorly for you. The sort of gas is continuing to waft outwards, and actually, you see a couple people in the crowd kind of like sit down, starting to look kind of ill. People are sort of moving away. The judge is sitting on one of those sort of like raised seats you'll see in like a tennis match, or the kind of thing like lifeguards sit in, quite raised off the ground. And so the gas seems to be pulled downwards by gravity. It's not going like super high into the air. It's sort of going low and outward like a fog almost.
All right, time to get funny then. I would like to try and get one of my goons to go get the guard's attention. Or not the guard, the fucking moderator? Ref?
Judge.
Judge. The judge's attention, and they can't speak. So the judge will have to come down to read anything they say, which means they're going to get affected by the gas, which means they can call out the other team on cheating.
So let's RP this for a second. So the judge is sitting up there, clipboard, whistle. What happens?
Send one of the goons to go down and, like, I guess to get their attention, like, knock on the side of the thing.
Sort of looks down quizzically.
And wave them down and have, like, a piece of paper written on it. Piece of paper written on it.
The judge does not come down, but he does extend his hand for the piece of paper.
That's fair. And on the piece of paper, it will just say, I believe that the fog is affecting people and may be a safety risk. Or safety hazard. Not a safety risk, safety hazard.
He reads the note and then blows his whistle. Someone comes over and he says, "Can you bring some like first aid kits and stuff? I believe people are getting ill because of the smoke here." And you see some dudes with sort of small white plasticky cases come over. They start pulling people sort of away from the match, putting their hands on their heads, giving them small vials of something to drink. Well, he doesn't seem to be stopping the match.
All right.
Speaking of which, the smoke Kairu, you can tell, is getting much thicker where you are and is starting to reach where Payton is. There's going to be a slightly different drain affecting you now, Mitchell. 15 points of OCV drain. So that'll drop your OCV by 3 points.
Yep.
Damn, exactly 15 too, huh?
Yeah.
Smooge.
And how is this mingling with my mist?
They're both misting around. It doesn't seem to be inhibiting yours in any way. And you know what? I don't know how much Kairu would actually even notice this mist, as it were. Like, you can tell what you're breathing is sort of different than regular air. It doesn't feel damp on your skin, but like humidity isn't the right word, I guess is what I'm getting at. But
I think Kairu would probably know humidity over other things.
Yeah, it's not a humidity thing, but like air feels different. It is not interfering with your ability to perceive at all.
I mean, technically, now that Kairu is more or less invisible, they can just sit down and just basically act as a turret. They won't be able to be seen, but they don't need to move to activate their ice kunai. So
yeah, it is very hard to see you, actually, because you're
Kairu is just going to sit down and basically move into stealth mode then.
Actually,
Because Kero can reach anywhere in the arena with his Ice Kunai. With fairly high accuracy.
Near Kairu is next to impossible to see, as are your opponents. You're at this point, you're kind of just reacting to the ball as it comes out of the smoke.
I mean,
I'm actually
Kairu will continue keeping you updated.
okay.
Yeah.
If it's like impossible to see over there, I'm going to just drop all pretense, start making the ball take 90-degree turns towards the ground.
Like it flies over the net and then just like
Yeah, it flies over the net towards someone, and then it takes a hard 90-degree turn into the ground. No more pretense. If they're gonna fucking try and play us, never play a player.
play a game.
I mean, they also are like, actively harming people in the stands.
Yeah.
Which is like
Fuck 'em.
not cool.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would actively try and harm someone in the audience? That's kind of fucked up.
That is kind of fucked up. These guys are not crowd favorites.
Yeah, I fucking bet not.
I mean, doubly so.
It
They're
is
making it so they can't see the freaking game. What the hell,
Well,
guys?
So they can't see and making them ill.
Yeah.
Just go next.
terrible TV.
Yeah.
Like,
Throw them
sure.
out now. Come on.
True. What the fuck?
Not only
Yeah.
is this boring, it's actively harmful.
Yeah,
Well,
true.
The harmful matter. I mean, yeah. What? Who cares? Who cares if it's harmful to the freaking spectators? But it's boring.
Yeah.
Oh my!
the fuck?
If I'm
Ah.
getting harmed, I better be entertained.
Can't even
Yeah.
see the match. What the fuck's the point? Well, I'm supposed to look at mist, green mist. Woo!
Misty. It's crazy how they're keeping score.
Yeah, true.
The one power the judge has is to know where the ball is at all times.
Yeah, the one power he has is to know who just earned a point. Because it's obvious he doesn't know where the ball is at all
Yeah, yeah.
times. He just knows whose side it lands on. That's
He's
it.
yeah, he has clairvoyance powers, but like really specific ones.
Yeah.
Nice.
I sense the ball has fallen. Point gain.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna start hard cheating at this point. Very soft serves just to get it over the net, just for it to take hard fucking slams down into the ground. Shit like that.
All right. It is your serve, I believe. Yeah, because you started the
Yeah.
serve, and you're now on 0.5.
All right.
Is it 3-1 or 4-0?
It is 4-0 at the moment.
So that beats it by
I
7.
have not had a good game.
And I'm just gonna start cheating the absolute fuck out of this at this point.
They totally catch the ball.
Yeah.
Not catch, but like they receive it,
I mean, if they
And it-
catch the ball, they're out.
and it just fucking sails clearly out of the ring.
They catch it and it shoots directly into the stratosphere, never to be seen again.
It's because like the rolling so bad. Look at that shit.
I know.
It's funny.
15, 16.
However, Peyton, the smoke has sufficiently wafted over towards you. Take 12 points of dex strain. So,
Alright, so that puts me down to 12 decks.
Mm-hmm. It's now their serve. It's a very catchable serve going right at Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh, you do forget that I'm at 1 OCV now.
You sure are.
But I'm gonna try the same move that I just did and try and snipe it out of the air with a soft ice kunai. So this one, since it's so freaking pitiful, I think I'm just gonna send sailing back. We'll see how freaking poor that
Can't
plan
win 'em all.
is.
Or can you?
Yep. Let's see.
That still
Oh.
beats it by 1.
Yeah.
Actually, yours is
Mine
1.
would basically be 4 right now.
Yeah, so that beats it by 5 then? Yeah, it beats it by 5.
Yeah, you successfully hit it over, and Hayden, you're totally free to do a thing as well because Mitchell hit it over on his own. So if you'd like to use your
I'm
part
helping.
to like,
Yeah, I'm using 100% strength to spike it directly into the ground.
they're gonna have to roll real fucking well to nope. So you're now on match point. It's now 6-0. But now Payton, the OCV drain has hit you, and that is
That drops about 4.
that's a hefty roll. That's 4 points of OCV drain.
So that drops me to 3 OCV. Yeah, it drops me to 3 OCV.
And Mitchell, you're realizing that this next thing is just flat out stun damage to you.
Oh,
What kind of? Well,
they're just
doesn't matter, I'm
attacking
sure.
you.
The protection for this is not needing to breathe.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
All right. I need a good roll. Skibbity bop and bot up.
Oh, I'm still awake at the very least.
So that does still beat it by 3.
Okay.
I have 20 stun and 18 does not put me down.
I'm still
awake.
cheating my.
Oh
Oh,
my.
no.
They hit that back immediately, extremely well. The fucking cleanest volleyball strike you've ever laid your fucking eyes on.
This is LifePod 3 uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency.
It's coming right at you, Mitchell, because they feel like you're the woozier of the two.
Don't go home without us.
Well, I guess I'll give it a shot, but I have a feeling this isn't going to work. Let's see. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
You need insane luck. They score a point on that one. That went off the back of this excellent volleyball playing. So it is now 6-1. And they are going to roll a serve again at you, Mitchell. It's another excellent serve.
This is where it turns. All right. Well, Peru can't really do much other than continue to hope. Well, it's better, but not enough.
Not quite good enough. So you do not successfully field this one. It hits the ground. Another point for the fucking bastards. Payton, you take that much stun.
That actually knocks me out.
Actually?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I get back up in a few seconds. 12 seconds.
Yeah, so they do. The officials do sort of wait to see if you regain consciousness, and after a few seconds, you do.
And I'm going to get up, pretend like what happened didn't just happen, and
So hold up. After some time, so because it takes some time for you to get back up, you get your recovery number in drain points recovered.
in drain points recovered.
So, for example, they drained 20 points from you, Payton. What's your recovery number?
8.
8. So you get 8 of those OCV drain points back.
So if they've drained OCV and Dex, do you get your recovery back on both of those drains or just one of them?
Both of them.
I see.
So that means my OCV goes back up to 5 at this point, and my Dex goes up to let's see, I was drained 12 on that, so up to. This is easy math. Why am I fucking this up?
So you get 4 points.
So it becomes 24. Back. Yeah, 4 points back in Dex.
And same for you, Mitchell. You get your recovery in drain points.
So my OCV doesn't change. Well, no. What? I lost 3 points, and now I've only lost. Well, I've lost 3 full points.
Yeah, you lost exactly.
But
15.
I gained 4 back now, so.
So
yeah.
you're
at 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got back 1 effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah. OCV of 5. Let's see if I can fucking pull it out,
Right,
please.
17. Oh, that easy math for freaking the Dex. I gain.
So that beats it by, let's see, 7.
Not bad at all.
We continue cheating.
See if they
We are
feel
massive cheaters. Unfortunately.
1.5.
They do field it. And they are going to try and hit it back once again to Mitchell. It's a very catchable ball they've lobbed towards you, Mitchell.
We'll see if the dice agree. Well,
They
they're
look like they
sticking
agree.
with their average.
Yeah, how under is that for you?
Well, my OCV is effective 5 right now.
So 6 under.
Yeah, you have no trouble receiving it. You can either pass it to Payton for him to launch over the net, or you can do so yourself.
Yeah,
I launch it over, and I'm going to spike it directly in the ground again. We cheat.
I will do that then.
All right, so roll 3d6 to see your initial shot.
All right. That's a pretty bad one.
That's real bad.
I imagine what Peyton would probably, instead of using his ash to
Yeah,
spike
if
down,
it
use his
yeah,
ash to make it
I'll use
hittable.
it to at least get it over and into play.
Yes, you managed to enter into play. They completely fumbled their response. Yeah, they don't catch this bad boy.
That's the end point.
It feels like they should totally catch this. It feels like this is a total anticlimax, and yet the ball hits the ground.
That's
Well, it doesn't matter. It's an
What the
anticlimax.
fuck?
No one can goddamn see the court.
yeah, true at this point.
It's only an anticlimax to Keiru, who's the only one that can see.
It was like, we won, but it seems like
That's not entirely true. I think I have at least some vague idea of like what's happening with my ash. I'm like, what?
yeah,
I barely helped that one over. How did we win off that point?
We
Yeah,
just
there's
called
like-
and we just both woozily get up.
Yeah.
Yay, we won.
Baby!
Eventually, like the smoke sort of slowly clears, and there's like confused applause.
Just walk off the court.
Yep.
No, the other
I'd
guys
turn
come
those
over.
two into fucking dust if I could.
The other guys come over and they actually extend their hands to like shake.
Alright, they're
Yeah.
trying to be not assholes even though they fucked over the entire crowd in game. Cool.
I mean, to be fair, I pelted a ball into someone's face and was
Yeah.
attempting to break their nose.
that is
And
true.
successful, no less.
No, I didn't break it. I only caused them to not be able to do anything, to cheat. But I was trying to seriously injure them to start. Yeah, fuck it. Shake their hands.
Nice.
I mean, Keiru is going to do his usual not bother looking at them, but will at least attempt to shake their hands. He is going to play up the blindness a little bit, though. Like, intentionally miss the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
Essentially miss it and they look down and they just see Kiri's middle finger pointed up. Fuck you.
Yeah, you
Shake their
pull out
hand
your,
and then fucking throw a punch.
you pull out your walking stick and like tap the ground in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tap tap tap.
I shake their hands just so that way I can give mental orders to have my goons go kick the shit out of them in a back alley later.
Yeah, they're like getting coffee together.
An honorable victory.
Yeah.
Just go back to get coffee. Two guys show up.
Getting coffee together and they're like talking and then suddenly one's head just splits open because of a mace. It's just, what the fuck?
The barista's like, outside. Get this shit out of my.
There's already a corpse on the floor outside.
We're in the middle of something here. Come on.
Take
Can
him out
we
with
just
you.
finish this? It'll take a couple seconds, I swear.
Out.
Oh. No
Like,
fun having son
Just
of a
sign on the
bitch.
door. Sign on the door. All blood feuds. Please take outside.
This isn't a blood feud, though. It's just a normal feud that happens to involve some blood.
He's not buying it. Now it is time for Theo and Regal's match.
Yo, what up?
What a fucking lame match. No one could see anything. Fucking, it
And,
was a 7-1. Ended on the limpest dick ever. The match sucked.
Yeah, Keiru had fun.
Um,
But that's because Keiru gets to play a game that they now know is fun.
Theo and Regal, your enemies have these like kaleidoscopic, multicolored glasses on,
Oh,
and
Are they off the floor?
the glasses are on their faces.
No, their feet.
Oh, their feet are on the floor.
Oh, then it doesn't matter. They
oh.
can be as special as they want. I have a feeling it's not going to matter when you can make the ground not want them to move.
Well, okay. I have my quicksand is gesture two-handed, so that's the issue.
Hmm.
It's very obvious when it happens.
Well,
Mm.
you'll have to figure out a way to do it then.
Yeah.
Well, I think my solution so far to that has been don't do it.
Yeah. Would you? All right. So you guys know the gist by now, and you're serving first.
I imagine Big Knife is serving because his OCV is through the fucking roof.
Yeah. Big Knife is like an ace server. That's
Yep.
been the case so far this tournament.
Serving time.
Serving time.
Oh, wait, why isn't this? There we go. That's meant to be OCV. Powers. We are using. Where are you?
Targeting mandible.
Focusing, not targeting, focusing.
Oh, sorry. I forgot how many mandibles you have. Bug man.
We're gonna use a send bond. So
So that should be a
the
17.
9 is 17.
Yeah. 17 plus 11 is 28. Minus 12. So you're 16 under.
Like we're ready to go. It just gets rocketed into the ground on their side. Maybe we're not so ready.
I need to think for a second about what they did. So first of all, they do not even come close to fielding that in the slightest. I need to think to myself about what they would actually need to roll to like. Okay, it's gonna be really rough for these guys. But when they serve, the ball, he tosses it up. He slaps it with his hand, and as he slaps it, 4 different balls seem to arc from where he struck it. So
That's fucked up.
So you guys are gonna have to roll some probability to figure
All
out
right.
if you go for the right balls, unless you have a way of identifying which one's which.
Or the other way of doing it. I don't care. I hit them all. I mean, it's always a thing. It doesn't matter how many there are if you can murder it all.
Yes. Although they seem to be arcing for different sort of parts of the court.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
not saying it's
imagine
easy. I'm just saying it is an option if you have
it's
the
just
ability.
both Big Knife and I are going to be trying to hit one, and it's like 50-50 on if we actually hit it, and 50 on who actually is receiving it.
Yep.
How is this
Yep.
man instantly called that as cheating? My
Reason.
man's just multiplying balls.
This guy didn't do anything. He just hit the ball, and it seems like there are more of them now. It's crazy.
Mhm.
Oh fuck!
If I were
Damn,
to
I wish I
trip-
knew I could be that blatant. Fuck.
If I were to trip and accidentally start flying and intercept the ball much earlier,
If I were to trip and this were to fly out of my hand and break his skull open, that'd be pretty unfortunate. I trip.
So
What am I supposed to do?
Do you guys each just go for 2 of the balls?
Yeah. So I guess
So
I'll
one
go
each?
for if we want to label them as 1 through 3, 4. I'll go for the ball number 1.
I'll go for 4.
All right.
All right. Regal. It seems like roll me 3d6.
Okay.
Roll them in an OCV related fashion.
Yeah. So my OCV is 7, but that does not matter. Keck W. I mean, it's 2 under.
2 under.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
And
I
then
have
roll
wait, no, is it 2 under or 3 under? So 7 plus 11 minus 15, right? So 3.
3 under. You successfully make contact with the ball that is real, and the other 3 sort of hit the ground and vanish.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I was going to bring this up prior, but you just asked me to roll.
Yeah.
I would like to try and use my softening sand to try and like mitigate a lot of the speed off of the ball, so that when Theo's returning it after I've received it, it's easier for him to hit and just fucking spike it down.
Sure. How would the softening sand work?
Just it would just be on my arms as like sand, and since it like does damage reduction,
Okay, yeah. So it's like
yeah.
so it absorbs a lot of the force of the ball, so that it's like a
Mhm.
nice, easy
So
lob.
it's not like spiking all over the place. It's just pretty
Yeah.
easily set.
Yeah, totally successful. And you do not only receive it, you don't have enough oomph to like get it over or anything, but Big Knife does have a chance to hit it after
Yeah.
you sort of knock it towards him.
Even if I could hit it over, I would likely just set it up for Big Knife anyways.
We're setting it up for Big Knife.
All right, what does Big Knife roll?
He rolls an attack to get that ball over.
Oh, jeez. What is that,
And
2 under?
2 under? Yeah, because you don't have time for your focusing mandible. Is that why?
Mhm.
Well, I can just kind of use. I'm pretty sure I can use. I'm currently using that.
Okay, so you're at a 17, but remember it's plus 11 minus what you roll.
Yeah.
So 28 minus 15, you're 13 under,
Under.
which is
You're
good.
hitting up to DCV 13. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they do not get 13 under.
Yeah.
I clearly have no idea how this combat works. I'm like, I rolled a 15, I have a 17, that must be 2 under.
Yeah,
Nah,
no,
so
if
so
it was
you
like that, no one can hit anything ever except
so
for you.
so it's OCV plus 11 minus what you roll.
Mm.
Oh.
And
Just
then you
it's playing to the fact that rolling big numbers is bad, but you can still hit things pretty easily.
it's like golf D&D,
Mm-hmm.
where instead of adding a number and hoping it gets high, like rolling a die and adding something to it, it's uh minusing what you roll and trying to get over the number. If that makes sense.
Mhm.
It's like golf D&D.
G&D.
Yeah, so you guys have 2 points.
Oh yeah.
Why is it
I
not?
Hmm?
Go on.
I was just saying that I was going to assume that Big Knife is going to serve every time.
I think you are correct.
Because he's just fucking American Sniper over here.
Mm-hmm.
Konoha Sniper. So when you serve, you just make an attack roll, Theo.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. Take that.
It's
My
crazy
attack
how
rolls are just getting higher and higher.
it's crazy how poorly you roll, but how much you put into OCV, so that it doesn't even fucking
Doesn't matter. Unless it's an 18, I think it's just always gonna go through.
Yeah, it's like okay, so they whiff their response.
Let's play a game. The game
It's
is
like-
you can't win.
They're like, God, his form is terrible, but like
Yeah,
the
it
result.
just goes.
So once again, they hit it. The ball splits into 4.
I choose
All right.
4.
You
I'll
choose
choose
4.
ball 2.
You choose ball 2.
Hmm.
Neither of you go for the correct ball. They get a point.
Understandable.
All
So
right.
it's
That was-
3-1 now.
Yep, now it's 3-1, and it is now Theo's turn to acquire a point.
By the way, how often do we get a recovery?
You can recovery pretty much every serve if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I guess that is something that should have like you can recover your
should've.
drain, yeah, but no big deal. We've moved on.
Yeah.
They one-handedly anyways.
It did get kind of dicey at the end.
It got dicey. The
Dicey.
points do not reflect the dice, and nobody knows that it got dicey.
Unless these guys roll like a 5 or lower, they have no chance. Nope. All right, points for you. You know the drill. They hit it back towards you. Boss was in the 4.
4. Actually,
3.
1, 2.
What?
Okay, Theo's 2, I'm 3.
2 and 3. 2 and 3. Ah, would have been
much.
4. In my head, I was like, these guys will probably get the points they serve for, and then the other ones will be dicier. But every time Theo touches the ball, it's just
You
free
win. Yeah.
Crazy how you just keep getting points. You're like, Jesus, this guy's got a cannon for an arm.
Stupid child.
All right, same gist. They hit the ball. 4 balls fly over.
You said 2, I say 4. I'm just incrementing by 1 every time.
Oh no, Big Knife got it.
Oh.
Ah. You get a point, and it is now Theo's turn to win the game.
It's fucked up that it go like it was much harder when we would serve and then we do like a strength roll or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, much harder when you couldn't just OCV your way out of it.
Yeah.
True.
I like how these guys showed up and they got a clever trick, and freaking Big Knife goes, no clever tricks.
Big Knife
Yeah,
goes,
we
"Cannon
play
up."
freaking. We played the game.
We just
There
brute
is no clever trick. It's just you lose.
I've mastered hitting people with round objects.
I pick the ball up and then I throw it at you. That's not how this is supposed to work.
Something
Wait,
I
it's
could
not
do
supposed
is
to work.
if I'm diving for a ball that doesn't exist,
Mhm.
and like I'm like on the ground, I could probably get away with doing a quicksand there if I've dived and missed.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. For future, I guess.
Yeah. So you successfully succeed and move on to the round of 4, aka the semi-finals.
And these are non-simultaneous, you said?
These are non-simultaneous. However, it appears you have drawn into each other.
That's not good.
It's like the Mitchell Leo crew.
Mitchell's with Payton.
Yeah. Leo,
is
Never been so insulted in my life.
yeah.
I know.
Leo
Leo is in NPC land.
Yeah, he's
having a good time in the hotel.
yeah, he's eating a bunch of ice cream.
You like ice cream?
Yeah, we do. Shaved ice, where someone flavors a big block of ice and then chisels chips of it into things.
Surely they flavor the chips, not the
So-
block.
Let's
No.
be honest. Are we going to play this legit, or are we just going to choose one of us to win and not give the crowd a show?
Oh,
I'm
I
happy to
don't.
give
I
him
want to give the crowd a show because I think it's funny. Fuck them.
I have exactly one trick, so
Yeah, but your trick is
It's
insanely
pretty
good.
damn good trick.
What's your OCV with that trick? Like plus fucking or like 13 or whatever the fuck.
17 plus 11
17.
is 28. So if he rolls an 18, he's still minus 10.
Is 18 not autofill?
I don't think there are autofills.
Oh. That surprises me.
No, I thought there was. I thought 18 was an autofail and 3 was like an auto
Fuck
succeed.
it.
Within
There's-
reason.
Fuck it. We'll have 18 be an autofail.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't think it's possible for us to really win.
I mean, when he serves, it is tough to avoid. Is there anything
Yeah.
you can do to sort of mess with that?
I've got my cheating, but I no longer have as easy a way to just cheat as hard as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so even if we get to where it's like, so every time we serve, I can successfully cheat us into a point, which is going to require us to successfully cheat our way into a point every time we serve. There is like 0% chance we stop their serve.
How much strength does Big Knife have? Because 20. So even if you're pulling with all of your telekinesis against his arms, he still has 8 strength.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Though actively eats the match.
Was that what the ego roll was?
Yeah.
Why?
Wait, why? If the goal is to win and they can't beat us, Theo, then surely it's like if we want to win, the highest odds are us going forward.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but
I mean, if we're done, if you're griefing it, I can't stop you. I don't control your character.
Big Knife is griefing it.
So we both going like, all right, well, we're gonna lose, but maybe we can do okay. And then they just hard grief. It's like, what?
Yeah, Big
What
Knife
happened?
all of a sudden is just whiffing balls, hitting the net. He's still hitting it hard. He's just aiming at the fucking net, apparently.
Funny.
He tears a hole.
Sends
in
it
his back.
sailing over the court.
Well, before I've been like aiming, like arcing it so it hits the opponent. Now I'm just hitting it straight through the net to try and hit my opponents.
So you guys roll up
Jesus.
to like play a friendly match with your friends, and the ball just sails in a straight line under the net directly at you.
I will say
I'm not actually.
I will
Oh,
turn on
oh.
my resistant protection.
I think mine would probably activate from that.
I think I would activate mine just on the off chance that it comes at me.
Yeah, I just start turning off my cheating abilities. That way it doesn't hurt as much.
It just becomes an actual fight.
The match ends with us just getting into a fucking brawl.
I mean, that would put on a show.
If I get like hit in the face, I'm throwing hands.
If we're just like letting them advance, then I'm down to just let them advance. Because
Yeah, I
my
don't think
character
we need
is
to play it out.
yeah,
Yeah.
my character is infinitely more useful on the stands than in the court.
I'm useful in either. Actually, I'm
It's not.
less useful.
Yeah,
I'm less
so I
useful on
don't
the
know
stands.
why.
I mean, there are a few hours until so it's like the round of 8 matches happen. Then there's like lunch, a few hours. Then the semifinals are gonna be like.
So we all went to get
nothing.
like food. We went to the market, pick up some fish, and then like Big Knife's just like, little these men know I'm gonna throw the match in 4
Throw the
hours.
match harder than they could ever imagine.
You have time to chat about it if you want.
Yeah, we
No,
chat
yeah.
about it. We
Absolutely
conclude.
not.
No, we chat about it. We conclude. Okay, we'll just play a friendly match. Whoever
Yes,
wins wins, and Big Knife has other
Everyone
plans.
else
we'll
is like
have a nice
talking.
friendly match.
So who should
no
we talk
funny
about?
stuff.
Yeah, who should win? Big Knife just secretly in the background.
It's like you all decide
Camera
that
just
like
slides forward. Just
you
see
all
the
decide
look.
that Peyton and Mitchell should int it so that Big Knife can go through, and then Big Knife's like, haha, counter int.
Big Knife takes it as a challenge and thinks she can int harder.
Well, here's the thing: you can't make it in hard. God, what if it's just like a 4-hour long match because we int at the exact same rate because we automatically fail our own serves. But like,
That's very.
at what
anime.
point does the fucking ref just go, please stop?
At some point, Big Knife just accidentally gets it over the net, and it's like, fuck.
It gets over that. Yes, it flies into the crowd. No.
That is very anime, where like the protagonist will be like, "No, you should win because you're the hero." And the other team's like, "No, it should be you."
It's like the other two, the ones who aren't serving, just sit down because I know it's like, well, they're inting. What's the point? Take turns serving so you can take turns inting.
Well, I'm not gonna make you guys play it out if you want to decide ahead of time who goes through.
Yeah,
Sounds like it's been decided.
Decided.
it sounds like
Yeah.
Theo's just like, I hate this volleyball system, and moved on.
That's
fine.
not why. But
No, I imagine not, but
Uh,
Still slightly traumatized from murder and being forced to advance. Because Big Knife in.
What if we unint Big Knife? Because we can block the normal ones. We force ourselves to lose.
But here's the thing, we can't unint him. You can only int at the exact same rate.
yeah.
Because whenever you serve, you can lose by just spiking into the
Mm.
ground for your serve.
Peyton could try and make him
if
score
you
points.
have Ash on the ball, you could try and make it so that the
Yeah, you pull it down into our court rather than sending it over,
just have,
or
like,
you
the
pull it
ball
just over the
hover
net.
over into...
Yeah, but he fucking hits that thing at 800 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I've got 12 strength. I'm not a fucking miracle worker, alright?
And the other thing is, if Big Knife's like, all right, if he has his plane coming in, and he just makes the other team go first, the other team goes first, serves normally. Now they're up a point, and now you can just int it and he'll win, or they'll lose no matter what, because you're just a point up.
True.
True.
So it's like, yeah, I'll do a nice friendly game. Alright, you guys can serve first. Alright, fine. Perfect. And then you've won the int war no matter what happens.
The Hano's over there like, no, I wanted a trophy.
We just ball. We both int after
God,
this.
what do you
Just to
think
freaking
everyone
say
who
F
we
you.
beat up to this point is thinking? Like when the int starts happening, like everyone who we beat is like that's what their final challenge is. That and everyone who they beat is like, what the fuck? Come on! Christ. Got some real high tier fucking last few games out of our teams. You've got a match that was just not even a match because one person dominated. Match that was not even a match because one person or one team dominated until the very end, which was just the most limperest finish ever. And now fucking for the semifinals, one team literally just loses because they decide to lose. I'm sure we're real crowd favorites at this point.
It's a good thing they don't have like a rule against match fixing or anything.
Yeah.
Surely, if they care.
Because no one fixed this match, but it sure would look like that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that no one fixed this match, you fixed the match.
Oh,
I'm
my.
gonna be right back.
Like if we wanted
So
to
I guess
win,
we move
just,
on to the finals.
we're just giving up the person who probably could win with no issues.
I mean, to be fair, with the cheats from the outside and the inside, it's gonna be pretty fucking hard to beat us at this point. You've got a ball that can change direction midair, and someone who can root people in place. That's a fucking bad combo to go against, unless they got fucking stretchy arms.
Yeah. Well, you could math out who is in the finals right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember who beat your goons?
I would in character, but I don't out of character. Weren't they like lightning fast or something?
No, they were
They were the people. They were the
They
people
were the
that were
entangle
rooting.
ones.
Yeah, they were rooting the goons.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: I actually have anti-entangle shit. I've got 6 uses of a dispel entangle. That triggers automatically.
Nice. But to reset it, don't you have to like do something?
No, actually. I set them all at the beginning of the day.
Oh, it has charges on it.
Yep.
Okay.
So
you really said to yourself, "I never want to be entangled again."
yeah. In fact, I actually, with the 5 points we got, I was very much thinking about throwing that up into a 30d6 entangle. Or not entangle, 30d6 dispel. But I'm like, I'll try out 20d6. If 20d6 isn't enough, then we'll go 30d6.
I see.
Yeah,
Well,
entangles are fucking annoying.
Yeah, after this this wonderfully thrilling Semi-final match. I guess you have the evening free.
Fucking funny. I will go inform fucking. Yeah, at this point, I've probably gotten over how nonchalant fucking Haruna was about this whole murder situation and go inform him exactly who I just killed. That being a family member who is also, like, probably an okay rank, who was trying to kidnap me. And how that's probably going to be a problem in the future. But that's fine.
He seems much more sort of sobered up. He seems to, or not as if he'd been drinking, but he seems to be taking this in a much more reasonable way this time.
Mm-hmm.
With like concerns, like, whoa, man. I'll be honest, I thought you were kidding.
No. In fact, the fucking globe's still there. Still got him in it. Well, most of him.
Can you will you walk with me to where this is?
Yeah, I will lead him there.
He eventually gets to the globe. He's like, he touches the globe, and as he does it sort of opens up and sort of telescopes down into the ground like a sort of, it's like there's the crease that goes up one side, over the top, down the other, and then from there the two halves telescope downward into the ground.
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, oh wait, he probably also had weapons on him too, which means there's also just a metal particulate in there, probably.
Yeah, he so Bruno, as if you can recall, Earth is one of his styles that he can use. Yeah, he sort of reaches down and sort of rubs his fingers through it and like sort of lifts them up and rubs his fingers together. Then he makes a sign and sort of puts his hand in the sort of center of the dust, and you do see some of the gray, metallic-looking particulates come together. They form several kunai, several senbon, a short sort of blade, and a Leaf Ninja headband plate.
That's the one.
He's like, well, this is not ideal. I can see why this happened, or how this happened. I take it you meant to sort of restrain him. How did this happen again? Walk me through how this ninja ended up so finely dispersed.
I mean, I'll just walk him through the events of led by person who was fucking possessed, tried to run away, got possessed, then informed them, figured out I could use Ash, figured out I could push him against the other side, restrained him, put in Ash to make sure he couldn't break out, and then how he went through I mean, I don't think even like Anir knows exactly what happened. I think they're just like able to go, well, they would probably try and reform, and this probably stopped them in some way, which caused this to happen. So, like, they will describe it as best as they can, but I think that they have only a loose understanding of how exactly it happened.
Well, that's a tune-in. So I will have to report this at least to the Hokage. but I will also describe the situation. I hope you understand.
I understand. Just know that should this happen in the future, I would do well. Maybe not the exact same thing, but I will defend myself.
Right, as I would expect you to. I
And
just folk may not.
I have a bad feeling that this is not going to be the end of this.
Me as well. Me as well.
I will also leave out the part where I will inform him that I did give a bit of information about how my ash powers work. I will leave out the information that I give. At this point, I'm going to start playing with that a bit closer to the chest.
Fair enough. Thank you for sharing this with me. Good luck in the tournament tomorrow. And he sort of plasters a cheesy grin on his face that seems a little forced. I'm sure it'll all work out. For sure, definitely.
I should at least try to lie reasonably, like at times like this.
I've never been very good at that kind of thing.
I'd agree with that, I suppose. Guess head back.
All right. Anyone else? Got any plans for the evening? It's a nice little.
I thought you were joking when you said that you disassembled someone to a molecular level. That sounded kind of a bit out. Yeah, to be fair, that actually does really sound out there. Huh?
Yeah, no, it does.
But you know, the proof is in
little.
the pudding, which is a
Yeah.
bit close to what he is at this point.
It's like the vibe is like when a kid says that he like did something outlandish. You're like, yeah, sure.
And the kid's like, "Yeah, no, there's actual proof of this." And you go, "Huh?"
It's like, and then I went into the woods, and then I beat him to death with a big stick, and I had like a nail in it, so he was all bloody and everything. And it's like, yep, And then what'd you do? Oh, you beat him up. Okay, yep. Now he's super dead now. Yep, Wow, you're so powerful.
It's like, man, you've mentioned this a few too many times. That's starting to get a little bit.
Yeah, and then the kid walks out to the woods, and there's like a body, and you're like, oh.
You're like, oh, okay. So run me through what happened again.
Yeah.
just for posterity. I'll listen for real this time.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess. I imagine in the future, should I tell my accidentally brutally murdered someone, just trying to be like, oh, how? How this time?
Anir, we need to talk about this. This is it's like an intervention. Like you gotta keep killing people.
Wait, you say you gotta keep killing people?
Oh, did I say that?
Yes.
Listen, this is an intervention. You killing
Kill
people?
more.
Fucking sick. Keep doing it.
I wasn't
Keep
joking with that
finding weird
10th hour
fucking ways to
thing.
do it.
Yeah, like that first kill of like the guy in the tunnel or whatever. You see Bruno write something down on his clipboard. Later, you find out it says Anir is so cool.
Anir is so cool and edgy, and they've got such a mysterious backstory.
Oh my, protagonist material.
So fucking.
Sasuke who?
If there's like a forest nearby, I will like maybe go hunt a little bit, try to englobe some critters.
Yeah, there totally is a forest nearby. So yeah, it's a bit like there's a really beachy a peninsula with like a really sandy coastline. That is sort of coming out of a like forest. There's like the forest sort of gets less dense, and it seems like towards the end here that they've carved a sort of place for this village into the woodlands with the sort of sandy coastline, but deeper into the woods, the coastline is rockier and rougher. But
Mm.
we're still in the land of fire, still very forested.
I would like to, maybe find some rabbit or something. And
Yeah,
globe it,
yeah.
eat it, kill it,
You got no
in that
trouble.
order.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Good ordering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I prefer the other ordering.
Yeah, fair
I'm
enough.
kind of a
Each
bitch.
their own.
I'd say you have no trouble doing that.
Alright.
If you want to like prepare it well, then maybe like
I'd probably take it to the market and ask them to prepare it if they have the time, or like ask them to set aside some time to prepare it
yeah.
for
So
me.
as it goes later into the evening, for sure things get far less busy, and so there are restaurants that are willing to
Mhm.
let you use their appliances.
Yeah.
I guess for lack of a better term, appliances make it sound like I'm talking about a toaster.
Yeah, they're I don't know.
I don't know what the right word would be. Their
I don't know
accommodations.
either.
Their
Yeah. I wouldn't like eat in the moment. I'd more like ask them to if they could in an attempt like try to preserve it so that, if I'm adventuring, I can just campfire it the fuck up and, have it taste somewhat well. Instead of just, because can't really have spices and stuff in the forest.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to it's like when you buy meat from the grocery store pre-cooked.
Yeah.
It's like all you have to do is like heat it back up. You don't have to
Hmm.
like fully cook it again.
Wrap it up in like some paper and some twine. Have a little package.
Yeah, some wax paper and twine.
Yeah.
That's totally fitting.
And then I will proceed to get food from the place.
Yeah.
Yep. Because we're nearing the end of our stay at like the beach place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow will be tomorrow dawn, the final day.
12 hours remain. Yeah, that's it for me. I would also probably build some sand castles, but like not have it be completely made of sand. Just have some actual rocks that I've shaped under it so that it stays. Because I hate it, like fucking
Like a nice
tide.
foundation.
Yeah.
Nice. Like a little moat made of stone so that when the tide comes up, it sort of washes around it.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Knife also likes to make sandcastles.
I am aware, but Big Knife sandcastles suck. Tide shambles Big Knife sandcastles is.
God. A fucking volleyball flies through your sandcastle at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I would try to pull an earthen wall, but I'd just be too fucking slow. Just englobe Big Knife Sandcastle, now you can't access it, stupid.
Like how you
It's
say that,
locked
and then Big Knife
away.
just punches a hole
Patches
through
it
the
over.
freaking cracks it open like a giant overgrown egg. I can make it now.
Well, the plan behind it is then, what I would do is while they're swinging down, I'd open it up, and then they just swing down into nothing. No resistance.
Mm.
Break your own sandcastle, fool. I did nothing.
Disrespect my surroundings. As you just like break a sandcastle. Heavy metal plays.
Well, they're breaking their own sandcastle if they're trying to crack open the englobe. Because they just missed the englobe because it's now open because I deconfigured it, and they just fucking smash.
I see, I see.
Yeah.
I'm going to go refill my glass of water.
Oh shit? Won't be stealing my ideas as per usual?
Yeah, I'm gonna reload to a full clip of agua.
Massive.
Be right back.
I imagine what I just missed was Peyton and Bruno talking.
Probably.
Second. I was zoning out super hard.
No, that's I was just making sure I didn't miss anything other than Peyton and Bruno talking about killing people.
Yeah. Well, that's just informing. Yeah. Shit went bad.
Mm-hmm.
And how this is now going to be reported to the Hokage because I believe I killed the second rank ninja. It might have been third. I actually don't know the ranks.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So that's going to be unfortunate.
Yeah, no, something's gonna need to be sorted, I guess. I mean, I feel like at that point, it's like more of an embarrassment to the ninja because they got killed by a bunch of Genin.
Yeah.
It's not even like our sensei was there. You just fucking killed him. He's
Yeah,
dead.
blown the fuck
a
out
bunch.
by a
Yeah,
rock
it's like
just like
and
two.
Ash. Dumbass. My man's got caught in the fucking wombo combo. He couldn't break out while desolidified, and he couldn't re-solidify to break out. How unfortunate.
Moj.
Sometimes I dream about cheese.
I have a friend that doesn't like cheese or potatoes.
Are they even a friend?
No, they're a friend, but their taste in food shock me.
Not cheese or potatoes.
Yeah, well, so the way that they explain it is they like French fries, right? Because like they don't consider that potatoes because it's like potatoes fried in like
It
oil and
literally
salty.
is, though.
That's what I tell them, but I kind of understand where they're coming from because it is like heavily fried. But then they're
What?
like, um, then they say they don't like baked potatoes or like mashed potatoes or anything like that, and they just don't like cheese in general. Like they are hesitant to eat pizza because of cheese is on it.
Oh, yes, a subhuman criminal.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, sure,
I
somewhere,
would.
somewhere around. Well, yeah. They are more comfortable with melted cheese than like regular cheese, but like if you put cheese in like a deli sandwich, they're not a fan. Shocking.
Yeah,
Who doesn't like
depends on
mashed
where you are.
potatoes?
I know. I just made some today.
They're like so free. It's just potatoes that have been mashed after some boiling, maybe. Likely.
You want to have them boiled, otherwise you're going to
Yeah.
have a
I have
very
a very
tough
hard time mashing them, yeah.
That's like you got to be industrial masher.
And it's not even gonna taste good.
No.
Now, with
Yeah.
that attitude.
Well, actually, I imagine if it's been mashed but not boiled and you add enough, like, flavor to it. Because, like, the potato isn't, like, the flavor. It's just, like, a method of getting it into your mouth. Which is why I don't understand why he doesn't like it. The potatoes don't have that much taste.
No, potatoes are in some ways like tofu. Eating them alone is really, really dull. You need other
Yeah.
things.
But it's not even like eating them on their own is that bad. Like, just a little bit of salt and mashed potatoes is still really fucking good.
That's just because
That
salt
is
is a
not
fucking
eating them
flavor
alone.
amplifier.
That is eating them with
Okay.
salt.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Salt is, by definition, a spice.
Yes.
this is true.
That
Even
is
when you're
cheating
using it
if you're
for,
doing
like,
them
fucking
alone.
purification purposes. Not purification.
I haven't had potatoes on
Preservation.
their own, so I can't speak to it, but I imagine it's still not, like, horrible. There are worse things you could eat.
Just normal potatoes without anything else is it's so boring.
It doesn't taste like very much of anything.
Yeah.
It is at
But it's
best boring and at worst kind of harsh to
Yeah.
try.
Surely it's like better though than things you actively dislike. Like I very
It's like
much
trying to
dislike.
just eat flour.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, you can do it. It's not suggested by any means.
Huh?
No one's
Easy
stopping
play.
you.
Yeah.
And nobody is stopping it.
I mean, flour's in a lot of surprising things because it's a good like thickener. So
Yeah.
people
Yeah,
will
but we were talking about eating it just itself.
Yeah.
Just the flour.
Well,
Nothing
yeah,
else.
because
You
I
just
was
take a
talking to
big
my
old
friend.
handful out of the jar or
Yep.
bag.
Stuff it the fuck in.
Yeah, that sounds real bad.
Yeah.
For flour, it comes with the extra benefit of it can actually kill you if you're not careful.
True.
Because
Flour?
it can suffocate you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you gotta be. It's so fine, right?
Yeah, it's a fine powder, so. So I
That's
remember
why.
as a
can also
kid, I freaking nearly
explode.
suffocated off of it because
Really?
I went and helping father, help my dad cook. And he was just like, hey, look at this. And I just take a big old whiff of it, and all of a sudden I'm choking.
Oh yeah.
Because stupid kid does not think.
You can't really make a bomb out of it, but you can make shit explode with flour. Because it
Yeah.
turns out if you just get a bunch of it to hang in the air, and you just light a match, fire spreads very quickly.
Yeah.
Which is just what an explosion is.
I mean,
Fire but fast.
raw flour also the reason like cookie dough isn't safe to eat. It's not because of the salmonella. It's because raw flour is bad.
Yeah.
That's. I
I
remember
remember that
reading
one,
that
but
somewhere.
I wouldn't be surprised. It also would definitely be a one of the things for those sad people who don't want to eat cookie dough.
Well,
I'll eat whatever
hold
I
on.
damn well please.
Well,
I heard
I'll
a
eat
lot
a
of
fucking
judgment
rock
just
if I
then.
want to.
I will say if you're making cookies and you have cookie dough, I'm down. But the people that go to stores to buy edible cookie dough are like psychopaths.
No,
I
that-
agree.
That's
That
dumb.
is
You make cookie
psychopathic.
dough and then you make it into cookies and save some to eat, or you
Yeah.
eat it as you're making the cookies.
Yeah,
You don't
while
do
you're
Yeah.
eating cookies, the last little bit of cookie dough in the bowl that's like annoying to get out and won't make a full cookie.
Yeah.
You fucking that's your treat.
Yeah.
That's the baker's treat.
Yeah. And it's like saying when you're making brownies and shit. Like we are fans of the leftover
Yeah,
shit
that's
in
how
the
you do it.
fucking pot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not
what are you gonna
pot,
do?
bowl.
You're just gonna fucking wash that out? You're gonna waste
Yeah.
that food? No, you're gonna eat
Yeah.
it.
And like if you're washing that out, you can't just put that down the sink. Like flour
Yeah.
and water just makes bigger fucking mess. Like it's gonna fuck up your drains.
Yeah. It's gonna
So-
make like pseudo dough. It's gonna live in all the cracks.
Yep. And then it's just gonna like water in the drain. It gets bigger. It's like pasta in the drain. It just gets bigger and fucking.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want pasta in the drain. It just gets bigger.
Mhm.
That's the final boss for this campaign. A piece of pasta that's been in the drain for so long.
Old
It's
pasta.
immense. It just gets bigger and bigger. Never
I
stops.
mean, there is a god that is just pasta.
A god?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a real god apparently. I actually knew people in high school who apparently actually thought it was legit.
What? The
Spaghetti monster.
Pastafarianism? Spaghetti monster?
Yeah,
I thought that was like a joke.
it is a joke, but
Yeah.
some people don't know that.
That's embarrassing.
Turns out, no matter where you are, there will be people who are fucking idiots.
Yeah,
It is sort of universal.
That's the one thing binding the human race together. Dumb fucks, which is awful. I hate it.
So Theo,
Well, that hate, I guess.
backpedaling slightly in our conversation, Theo, you're a bit of a brownie connoisseur. Am I right?
I think he might have just stepped away if I was.
Oh,
I think
Shrek.
missed him.
What were you gonna ask? Out of curiosity.
I was gonna ask him to like rate different mixes of brownies as far as tasty dough is concerned.
How do you guys like your brownies?
Mm,
I like them a little gooey.
I'm not really a gooey guy. I like them more sort of solid. I like the
Yeah.
edges. Sink my teeth into them.
That's fair.
We're compatible brownie sharers because we won't reach for the
Yeah.
same ones.
Yeah. I'll reach for like the center bits. You'll go for the edge. We're all happy people.
Yeah.
yeah, I generally like him a little more crunchy. So
I don't think I quite enjoy them if they get too crunchy. I do like their like.
I guess the edges should be crunchy. It's fine if the middle is soft.
Yeah.
I think,
But,
maybe
like,
use the word
If I have a sheet of brownies, the edges should be crunchy.
I think flaky is a better word than crunchy.
Yeah.
because crunchy to me implies
Eh, nah.
dryness, and I'm not looking for dryness.
Well, yeah. If you are looking for
Like,
dryness,
you know
then-
those really thin chocolate chip cookies the ones that
Mhm.
are like half wafer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that how you-
those I like.
I see.
I guess I get like one step above those. So they're still
Yeah.
very, very thin, but they're not quite to that thin.
Mhm.
But I don't want my cookie to start falling apart in the milk. I want it to be solid, so I
You
can
put
actually
your-
like eat it in multiple bites.
You put your cookies in milk.
Sometimes depends.
I love cookies and milk.
What
I think
about brownies?
Oreos and all of their subsets are probably the best, but you have to break them apart first.
Yeah, I really don't like Oreos.
I disagree. I don't think you have to break Oreos apart first.
See, I really don't like milk, so I've
It's
never.
because I'm not a fan of eating the cream like after I put it into milk.
Hmm.
Like I'd like to break the Oreo up and have it as 3 separate entities. So you have the
Mhm.
cream first, and then each
The
individual
biscuits and the
piece.
milk. That makes
That's fair.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
If you're
the same
dipping in-
thing when I'm eating Kit Kat if I have the time. I'll literally dismantle them, eating one layer at a time.
Now that's just serial killer shit.
I
Yeah.
do that, but you know, what are they called? Nutter Butters?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Nutter
Yeah,
Butters are
I eat
good.
those one layer at a time.
Yeah. No.
That's the
none
way
of
you eat those.
I don't know. Disassembling a candy bar it strikes me as something a serial killer does to one
But
of their-
sorry, not
I mean,
Nutter
it's
Butters.
it's my
Nutty
favorite candy
Bars.
bar, so it makes it last
Nutty
longer.
Buddies.
Yeah. My friend would he'd eat burgers disassembled. So he'd like eat like the bun and then the fucking tomato slice and then the lettuce.
That's
and
fucking weird. I
Yeah,
don't like
it's
that.
weird as fuck.
Well, that's
Yeah.
just.
I guess
somebody
it depends on what the burger has, but generally I get the burger so I can eat it as one piece.
Yeah,
it's-
no.
it's
Well, I think most
spinach.
people.
That's why it comes in burger form.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and not salad form.
quoting a wiser man than I. It's about the.
Oh
synergy.
no!
It's about.
You turn a burger into a salad. The horror.
It's about the synergy of the different pieces together in every bite.
Yeah.
How do
Big
we
burger,
just
huh?
like track off into food like at any moment?
Because food is easy to
Because-
track
Food is
off
sick.
into.
Because
Food
I've been
is
eating
sick.
for like 7 hours at this point.
Theo, you're something of a brownie connoisseur, right?
Yeah. Well, not really.
No, I thought you liked brownies and made them semi-regularly.
I make them semi regularly, but I'm not like a craftsman.
Oh no, you're not like a gourmet chef. That wasn't what I was getting at. But like,
It was grip brownies are brownies. They must be consumed.
what are your thoughts on brownie dough?
You guys have more batter, right?
Yeah,
Brownie
batter.
Yeah,
for brownies.
brownies are batter. They're too liquidy to be a real dough.
Slash
Yeah.
cookie dough, brownie batter slash cookie dough.
I mean,
See, I have
I'll
those are
consume it
different.
when it's placed in front of me.
Hell yeah.
Do you seek it out, or is it something where like you're making brownies? Oh, look, there's some batter, tasty, tasty.
Too.
If you're making brownies,
It-
do you portion out like some to be consumed at a later time, or is it just like whatever's left in the fucking bowl?
It depends on my mood. If I'm like, I gotta eat right now, sugar, please. Then portions may be reserved for consumption.
Hmm. At that point, they're not being reserved; they're being ate while you're putting them in the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or just after.
Mm-hmm. Where do you guys stand on those like soft sugar cookies?
Yeah, they're okay.
You mean the kinds you can like buy in bulk at the grocery store?
Yeah.
The ones with like frosting on them?
Yeah, but I don't like the ones with frosting on them. I like them
'Cause,
just on their own.
frosting is personally my least favorite part of things that have frosting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like cake with
Eh.
frosting, less good than just cake.
I
Come on.
as a renewal, I've liked it less and less. It's just too fucking sweet.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
That's like
Mhm.
when I eat cake, I'm looking to eat the cake. I don't want to eat the outside layer forever.
To
Well-
be fair, if it's very dry cake, frosting is godsend.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
like a thin layer of frosting does keep the moisture in, I think.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
for sure, like
Yeah,
between
thin
each
layer is fine, but like the outside edge where it's like a fourth of an inch up to that
Mhm.
crenellation up at the top.
Yeah.
Crenellation.
Yeah.
The
Like
battlements.
that's I like leave the frosting It's like the what is it called? The peel, cake peel. Sometimes I just don't want to eat it.
The icing,
Yeah.
the cake peel.
The rind of the cake. Oh no.
Throw them out.
I am
I
Yeah,
find
it-
myself
frosting
enjoying.
fan.
And like some of the more decorative ones, it just gets excessive.
Oh, it's so excessive when it's
Oh, yeah.
decorative.
Where it's like Jesus Christ, this is like half the height of like one of these cake layers. Because you know how the cake is like 2 discs stacked on top of each other, or like maybe 3.
There are
But, like,
layers.
the layer of frosting is like half the width of one of those cake layers. It's just like, what am I gonna do? Eat a mouthful of frosting with a spoon? Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really just this session of tangents. I thought this was a fucking Thursday session. Jesus.
We missed the Thursday session.
Yeah, true.
That must
And
be
you
why
know what the
this-
best part is? You missed it for fucking nothing.
Really?
Aw.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I fucking left so I could go kayaking, which was like a 4-hour drive, and then we were supposed to go kayaking today, and it was storming. I checked the
Oh.
radar, and it was storming pretty much like the entire day when we'd be able to put in. So I was just like, all right, fuck it. Drove home, and after it like would have been way too late to put in, it's like, hey, it stopped storming down here. It's like, yeah, I'm home at this point. Great. So I wasted fucking like a full 26 hours for no reason, so that's good.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No, that's no fun at all.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's rough.
Yeah.
Uh,
Took that fat fucking L, but you know,
Mm.
can't win them all.
Guess not. Guess not.
It's my one vacation for this year.
No, that's so tragic.
Well, let me rephrase that. That's the one time I'm going somewhere this year that I have like planned. That was my one fucking chance to kayak or really plan to do anything. So, you know, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, go next. Jeez.
Yeah, that's sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, it happens.
C'est la vie. La vie, c'est.
I hate the French.
Damn to the depths. Whoever thought of the word parlay? It was the French.
Mm-hmm.
That famous line of banter between who and who?
And George II and Peter.
Yeah. It was Captain Jack Sparrow and that heavyset pirate. The one who's friends with the guy whose eye keeps popping out. Forget his name. Good lord. It's like I've been asleep off and on all day today and have been retching off and on all day today. And I'm still tired, even though I've done nothing.
that's being sick for you.
Yep.
Tragedy.
Yep.
strikes.
It's like I have done nothing but sit here and recover, and I feel like I have done nothing. Especially
Yeah.
if you're like not getting better,
Yeah.
because like there's just moments when you're sick where it just doesn't feel like it's getting any better, and you're just sitting there being like, "Is this ever going to change?"
Is this my life now?
Yeah.
Should I just start
I
getting
remember when I've had the flu a couple of times, and it's just you sit there and you're just like, I can get up and go to the bathroom and puke, and maybe start watching something.
Yeah. I don't know.
That was before I had a TV everywhere.
I think I've
so-
I don't think I've ever full on gotten the flu.
Yeah. And I think I got it during, I can't remember if it was the bird flu or the swine flu. Like right in the middle of that, I got something really potent. Well, really potent, not really. I survived it, no problem.
Yeah, it wasn't
Which
potent
is
enough.
more than I can say for some of my things that have been gotten very close.
Damn.
Turns out being allergic to mold and then going down to Florida where it just decided to rain for like 3 weeks is not a good time. Like, have to go to the ER and deal with freaking awful tasting antibiotics. Not a good time.
Yeah, I was only in the ER because of that kind of thing once. I was running at 104 fever for a couple
Jeez.
days. That was rough.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've had any near-death experiences revolving illness.
I think that's the closest I've been. So I've done a bunch of other stupid things. Like I stabbed myself in the eye with a stick when I was a kid.
Oh,
Yeah. I was digging through the dirt with like a wooden, I don't know. It was a stick, just kind of one of those short little pieces of broken wood that you find just laying around the wood.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I was digging with it like point down with my face close to it. Apparently, my mother told my father, she was like, he's gonna stab himself with it in the face, like at some point soon. He's like, he'll be fine. 15 minutes later, guess what happened?
Is your vision okay?
Yeah. Here's the thing: I've had glasses basically all my life since 3 years old.
imagine
A lot
having
of the
glasses.
near death or near eye injury things I've had have been freaking probably significantly resisted by glasses.
My God, always wear your chemistry safety goggles.
I've never really hit.
Yeah.
I actually found chemistry safety glasses when I was clearing out my backpack to go for this trip. I've got them on the counter right here, actually.
Yep. I think I've lucked out enough times by having my glasses stave off the majority of the bad stuff and only taking the secondary stuff.
How often do your eyes get like in danger?
What do
For the
you
course
do?
of my life, probably a good 8 or 9 times.
Jesus, I don't think I've ever
I mean,
had
I
my eyes
poured
be in
freaking
danger.
wax on my face at some point.
Jesus,
What?
maybe it's just because I've avoided damage to my face.
Yeah,
You're-
I was wild as a little kid. I was dumb, especially so.
Blacksmithing, so at least once
Yeah,
a
that
week
too.
for like 5 months.
I'm very surprised I did not get injured blacksmithing, if I'm being honest.
I had no idea you were blacksmithing.
I didn't do it for very long, and all I made was nails, pretty much. I don't remember
Were
if
they
Theo
good
made
nails?
anything more interesting.
I have a
Did you
bunch
have
of,
to like?
hooks and stuff that I made, but
Yeah. I feel like I did make hooks, but I don't think we have any of it anymore.
it was me, you, and Eric, right?
Yeah, that
I
sounds
don't
right.
know if you stopped and me and Eric continued, or if we all three continued until the end.
Yeah, I think I might have left early. I don't remember though. It's been a long time.
'Cause I know at some point we did do welding, and I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely left before that because I can't remember ever welding.
I don't think it was. I think it wasn't like terribly complicated welding. I think we made a chain link or something like that.
A single link?
A single link.
Pog.
Takes a very long time.
I almost did welding in school. Like it was in one of the classes. There was like a basic mechanics ag class,
Yeah.
and the first semester was woodworking and wiring for like electricity. And the woodworking fucking sucked because the teacher was an idiot and was always an idiot. And I was like, all right, so I was trying to make a glass stand because there are these champagne glasses or wine glasses, whatever the fuck, that don't have a bottom to them, so you can't set them down. So you need a holder. It's like, okay, I need to make something. We need that. I'll make that easy. And to do that, I required a specific drill bit to drill out the holes. It was like I think it was like a full inch drill bit or something. And I was like, okay, so I need that. He's like, all right, I'll find it for you. You can do that. So I finished the entire rest of the thing. I was like, all right, so I need this. Let me know when you find it. It took like a month and a half for them to fucking find that. So I just had nothing to fucking do. So that was fucking annoying. And also there's a point where I was trying to cut a piece of wood and we had like 2 table saws, right? For cutting wood laterally. And it was like, okay, so one of them had they both had fucking like vices. So that way you could hold it if you hold the wood down if it was a small piece of wood, so you wouldn't fucking have issues.
Yeah.
Except one of them, we've never explained how to use the vice. And I was like, well, how do you use it? So I like everyone just ended up holding the fucking wood for that one. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just hold the wood. And there was like apparently a knot in the middle of the wood that I was cutting because it basically exploded in my hand. So that was fun, and really hurt. But I did not lose any fingers or anything like that. So that's a fucking win, I guess.
That's good.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's good. At the very
doing the
least.
electricity stuff was pretty fun. And then
Mm.
for the second semester, we were supposed to do welding, and I was like, I don't trust this person around anything that we dealt with so far. And now we're gonna start dealing with highly flammable gases and liquid metal. No, I think I'm gonna switch to a different half semester class. Thank you, or a different like one semester class, and I did because I fucking did not feel safe at all. So that was a
Yeah.
joy.
That does sound pretty unsafe, actually. Just like holding the wood in your fucking hands.
Yeah, it was like it was to the point where I could pretty much fit like my hand around it, like fit the upper portion of my hand on top of it. But like any shorter, and I would have like fingers hanging off it when I was trying to hold it down. So you know,
Yeah, it's all good.
yep,
Nothing problem there.
no. So that was great. That has left a sour taste in my mouth for fucking woodworking for like ever now.
Mm.
Oh, come on. You can't let one bad teacher ruin the whole thing for you.
No, it's just I didn't really have much use for woodworking to begin with, honestly.
It was more of a
Understandable.
hobbyish thing.
Yeah. The wiring was interesting. I actually enjoyed the wiring quite a bit. But that was mostly because it was just like, all right, well, find the best way to put these wires through this fucking thing and wire all this shit together. It's like, yeah, I can do that. This is just basically a logic puzzle, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, easy,
Yeah.
enjoyable.
The schematics are just a wiring, are just a logic puzzle, and then like actually placing the wires, and it's like, damn,
Yeah,
Sounds kind of fun, actually.
it is.
it was pretty enjoyable actually. I uh I think I'd actually be willing to like do it for a safe amount of time. The more annoying part would be like actually doing it in fucking walls and shit. That'd
Yeah,
be a
no.
pain in the cock. But you know,
Yeah, I think a lot of the time what they end up doing is they assemble the wires and they zip tie them together. Like once
yeah,
the circuit's been built, and then you just put them into the tubes that you've cut out.
yep,
Not
makes
tubes,
sense.
but like holes.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I remember in auto class we'd have days where we just did nothing because there were no cars coming in, and like I just sit on top of there was this like ladder that we used, but like the ladder was just outside for some reason. I don't know why, but I just sit on the ladder and I just like read a book or something, and I'd have a good time because I was done all the like in class work that we do that wasn't related to the cars that came in. So if there
Mm.
were no cars on the day, I had no work, and yeah, I just read a book and it was fun. So then eventually, they started making us use the welder, and it's like fuck, I don't want to learn to weld. That shit's scary. And then I had to learn to weld. I was like, fuck.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's scary, but it's also like cool because it's
Yeah.
like
it is.
I'm a
But
superhero. My hand shoots fire.
well, no, I was fine using the oxyacetylene torch, but the issue I had was we were TIG welding, and when you're TIG welding, you have to have the wire with your other hand um like feeding it in as the weld metal,
Kind of like
and that
Sonic.
shit fucking terrified me.
Mm.
Cause like I was fine using the MIG welder because I think the MIG welder the spool comes out of the gun, so it's not nearly as bad. So you're just like running across at a steady pace. But for when you're using the other one, you have to feed the wire with your other hand.
So I imagine that gets a little too close for comfort then between the flame and the fingers.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I still remember A before over, up you go. So
What does that mean?
you have to put in the acetylene before the oxygen, because if your oxygen is in the pipe first, you go kaboom.
Ah,
Yeah.
A before
It's the
O.
prospect that if I
Okay.
forgot that, I die on the spot. Is
Yeah,
a little
pretty good
frightening.
motivator.
Yeah, it's
I
like
can't say I've ever had stakes like that in my life.
yeah, that's like the thing is like we were doing that in grade 11. I'm like, I'm not an adult. I shouldn't be trusted. I'm a very forgetful man. Please get me out of here.
A before O or up you go.
Yeah, it's like
It's like a
it's
threat.
such a nonchalant way of saying do this or die.
I mean, to be fair, keep it short and simple
Yeah, no,
because
I
that's very
agree.
important. The easier it
Yeah.
is to remember, the better.
Mm-hmm. The thing about those mnemonics though that always scared me is like the changing of like one word from that like completely flips it, but like it keeps the like the rhythm of it. So it's like A before O and up you go is just like fuck. Which
Wait,
one
A
is it?
before O and up you go, or A
Well,
before
no,
O or up you go?
it's or up you go, right? But if you're like in the moment of it and you've forgotten, you could very easily mix those up. Is what
Yeah.
scares me about those mnemonics. Which is like it was fine because like I understood how like combustion works, and it's like I just don't put the oxygen in because like oxygen
Mhm.
equals boom. But you know,
That is so sketch because I know some 11-year-olds that I would just not trust.
It was not 11 year
well,
old.
not 11 years, grade 11.
17.
So
Yeah.
17, yeah. I was 16 at the time.
Yeah, thankfully they aren't quite that far, I think, with giving children.
Yeah.
But like still,
Yeah.
Hmm.
I know some 11th graders who are just fucking
Oh
no.
no, they're buffoons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, sure was fun though. There was also a hydraulic press that you got to see crush things. We mostly use it to get like pistons into things. If weren't able to get them in on their own. I
So
think
is that
when
what
we were
hydraulic presses are for?
you can use them for a bunch of things, but in the auto shop that's what we ended up using it for, getting the piston in the casing.
Hmm.
Because it's a pretty tight fit, right? And sometimes it just doesn't go down unless you like it just doesn't want to.
That person
Mostly because
used
of
for anything, it just needs force.
yeah, any sort of steady yeah. We often use it to break apart different engines because like we'd get old engines that we need to like we could tear apart for scraps and like use in other places. But like they're just hard as fucked open because like the bolts have rusted in. So
Mhm.
sometimes we'd use a hydraulic press for that. Sometimes we wouldn't.
So how would you use it to get it open? Just like start crushing it until the bolts pop out?
Yeah. So we'd vice grip. Well, it would be like we've gotten the bolts out, but the thing just doesn't want to come out because it's like the entire seal has been rusted in. So we've broken off the bolt. The bolt is completely out, but it just doesn't want to move, and it's like it's a very large part, so it's hard to get like a hold of it. So we'd put it onto the table of the hydraulic press, and we just vice grip down one end and have the other be pushed on by the press, and then like hopefully it just cracks it open or like gets rid of some of the rust.
Gotcha.
We,
Because the rust would probably give first, right?
hmm Well, surely the rust. If the piece breaks before the rust,
Then it
the
was a
part was
worthless
useless.
piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that point, the rust has fucking penetrated to such a point that it would be dangerous to use the piece.
Mhm. Well, we mostly just used those engines because at the end of grade 11 we had a project where we'd assemble and we'd disassemble and then reassemble a two-stroke engine.
Hmm.
Just because like so we know like everything is like we mark out the intake valve and like everything yada yada.
Mhm.
Which is fucked up because I think two-stroke engines are like more complicated than four-stroke a lot of the time. It's just mechanically they're like in concept, but mechanically they're simpler because it's just two strokes. But in those two strokes, a lot more happens because you have
Okay.
to.
Gotcha. I was about to ask like why it would be more complicated mechanically or theoretically, but less complicated mechanically to have two strokes.
Yeah, so four strokes mechanically, like they on each part of the stroke, like you have the intake stroke, so in that point it's like pulling in the gas, and then fuck, what are the four strokes of engine? I've forgotten. Four strokes of an
Well,
engine.
it pulls in gas, it compresses gas,
So, yeah,
it
it
ignites the
it's a
gas,
vest,
and
and
then
then it has
it
an exhaust
turns.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what happened is intake and compression would happen at the same point, and then combustion and oh no, it was intake and exhaustion would happen at the same point, and combustion and compression would happen at the same point in a two-stroke engine, I think. So you're pulling in everything while it's like doing everything else. But to have it, you have like rotating cam rods on the camshafts in 4-stroke, so that like things aren't open at times. 2-strokes are sick, but fuck them. Not a fan.
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean they're useful as fuck because they're like way less heavy and like put them on a fucking lawnmower.
No.
No.
No?
This is correct.
Okay. I'm not gonna if you really don't care about the weight of things, then it's just like always run a 4-stroke.
I'm not designing a fucking vehicle. I don't give a shit. This isn't information I'll ever need. It's neat to know, though.
Yeah. Yeah, mostly what we did was just change brakes. Changing brakes is fun.
Yeah.
Except when it's a disc brake. Fuck disc brakes.
What are the
Aren't most
flavors?
vehicles disc brakes?
What flavors do brakes come in?
Oh wait, is it disc brake? What am I thinking? Not disc brakes. Drum brakes.
Yeah, disc brakes are the more modern
Yeah,
version. They're
yeah,
like on
disc
everything
brakes
at
are
this
yeah,
point. Drum
yeah,
brakes are the old pieces of shit that no one uses
yeah.
anymore.
Drum brakes are
because they're just
yeah,
objectively worse in every way.
yeah.
What's the difference?
So, drum brakes the way they work. So imagine like a frisbee, right?
Okay.
If the frisbee was spinning, the way that a drum brake would stop it is they'd go like on the inside concavity and push outwards.
Okay.
Where a disc brake is you'd go on the side and you'd like you know how when you catch a frisbee with one hand,
Mm-hmm.
it's like that's how you'd stop it.
Or sort of grabbing onto
Yeah,
all
grabbing onto the
parts of
edge.
it from one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because of drum brakes like it's expanding, there's
Mhm.
so many springs involved that like you take like 6
Gotcha.
pictures prior of all the springs and like even if you know where the springs go, it's a pain to put the springs in place because like they're springs that are supposed to be stopping at
Yeah.
cars, so they're fucking
They're
tough.
springs that are very heavy duty.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to like fucking force them down and put them in.
Springs are sick though.
Yeah. They also have a wheel cylinder that you have to like roll back, and it's like rolling that shit back half the time. Sometimes it just doesn't want to roll back because like a wheel cylinder is just like a cylinder that'll expand on the side whenever it needs to brake. But you need to like decompress it all the way so you can fit all the springs in and get the actual shoes into the disc or not into the drum. And it's like, fuck. It just doesn't want to spin because all the cars we get are so old because they have drum brakes whenever we have them.
Yeah.
They're not old
Because-
because yeah.
Right. Because
Yeah,
all
drum
the
brakes are only on old vehicles.
right.
Yeah.
So whenever you're having to do a drum brake, it's always on an older vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Here's
I
one
know
of the-
some vehicles just have drum brakes in the rear for some reason and the disc brakes in the front, which is weird.
Why would a maker choose to do that?
Um,
What's the perk of a drum brake over a disc
so I think what probably happened there instead wasn't that the maker chose to do it. It's like something happened to their front brakes and they just changed them out to disc brakes, is what I think happened.
brake? Okay. So
But
they
I remember my teacher explaining for some reason you can't do the inverse. We have discs in the back and drums in the front.
huh.
At least
Oh.
I might be fucking talking out of my ass, but I remember that weirdly.
I wonder why that would be.
I don't know.
Discs in the back and drums in the front.
Yeah.
It might be having to do with the fact that the back tires are typically the ones that are actually providing the force of the vehicle because you've got rear axle
Mhm.
propulsion, and the drum brake might interfere with that in some way.
Probably.
That'd be
Well,
my assumption, but
like
that
you
is
could have drum brakes on all four, or disc brakes on all four, or disc brakes in front and drums in the back, but not drums in the front and discs in the back. Am I hearing that right?
That's the impression that I'm under right now as well.
not drums in the fronts and discs in the backs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably because what you're going to have there is your front tires are slowing down significantly slower than your rear tires are, which is 100% probably going to fuck up some
Something.
shit in the
Okay,
undercarriage.
yeah. So
Yeah.
do they brake at different rates then? and it's okay to have more break in the back than front, but not to have more in the front than back because that can
because if you've got more in the back than the front, your vehicle's going to be trying to drag forward, and then you're having to deal with the tensile strength of all the things in your vehicle. But if the front is braking faster than the back, what you're instead dealing with is the compression strength.
Yeah.
And presumably compression strength is going to be a lot better, especially for parts that aren't made of like solid fucking steel.
Yeah, I think a
because if you're using like rubber or something, that will just rip.
Maybe my brain was thinking like, let's say you're braking on a curve, and your front is braking faster than your back is braking, then your back would start to swing out.
Yeah.
I imagine there's also a lot of just pressure on the axle.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
The drivetrain as well.
What if you have a disc on the front right and back left, and a drum on the front left? And
No.
back right?
No. Do not pair up that.
No.
You're gonna destroy your fucking axles.
Yeah.
True, because you'd have the two wheels breaking it.
Yeah, because one is going to want to slow down way faster than the other, which is going to make the axle with a fucking jerk really badly. So you're going to destroy those fucking things.
What if I have a secret wheel in the dead middle of my car, and that one has a drum, but everything else is a disc?
I don't know. But I will say it is insane the amount of effort companies will put just to like make it so that you have to actually go to their manufacturer just to get it repaired instead of going to any mechanic.
Well, right, because you'd want to have, let's say I'm a manufacturer, I'd want to put like quirky pieces in that like only really we had.
Well, it's not the pieces. It's not even the pieces. It's like I think there was a make that had an oil tank that could only be measured by a specific tool. And so you needed that tool to be able to measure it, and like they just didn't sell it to anyone. So if you wanted to get your oil change, you had to go to the fucking the manufacturer, and they're like, okay, we'll charge you extra.
That's so fucking scummy.
It is fucking terrible.
That's so dirty.
Yeah, because like it was like a weird spirally fucking thing. Because like the way you test your oil is like you just fucking put it on the thing. Like, oh, what color is it? Oh, it looks dirty. Change that shit.
Right.
Man. But then also like mechanics were like, all right, you can only make a tool so complicated before it's so impractical it's not even worth making. So like we'll just find a way to make it. Because like you can just take apart the oil tank and figure that out.
Also, you got the classic thing of engineer versus mechanic, where the engineers have to design shit, and then mechanics fucking hate engineers.
Yep.
Because the engineers are trying to make it as efficient as possible. However, that usually ignores the practicality.
Yep.
And the engineer doesn't have to actually build the fucking thing.
Yeah.
That is someone else's problem.
Which is why any mechanic will kill an engineer if given the chance.
Well, they do have to build. They just have to prototype it. So as long as there are things that are like, okay, this is the prototype, so it's allowed to do this, and then it's like the actual thing.
You got the class where it's like someone will fix this. Someone will make this simpler later and make it easier, and no one does. No one does.
Or like the machine pieces that need to be so precise that like any amount of roughing it will just fuck over the entire machine. It's like, damn. That's the fuck. Who gave engineers CNC machines? Who gave it?
Engineers did. Unfortunately.
What is a CNC machine?
It's like here, let me send you a picture. You'll know it as soon as you see it.
I can't believe they got Command and Conquer machines out there. Absolute bastards.
So it's basically just this. It's like the computer-controlled laser thing that like cuts out pieces from pieces of wood or metal.
Oh, so they can just like
go on AutoCAD, design a piece, and it's like regardless of like how precise this piece needs to be made, the computer can do it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But it's just that piece may not be maintained because like let's say an edge is so thin that like anything can fucking break it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any amount of force is going to provide wear, which means that will very quickly become a worthless piece.
I pixel perfected these parts out of my CNC machine. Why can't you build it and make it work perfectly?
Because they aren't pixel perfect anymore, cunt.
Yeah. And the other thing is like you can see machine stuff to the point like where prototyping is it's reasonable in terms of expensive, but you can't ever mass produce anything.
Yeah.
Because like CNCing is expensive and the fucking
Gotcha.
large
It's
scale.
expensive and it takes a fuck ton of time.
Yep.
Well, let me first say, sometimes it takes a fuck ton of time. It depends on what you're making and the machine you're
Yep.
using. But for the most part, it is a lot slower than, like just fucking stamping sheet metal.
Because like what ends up happening a lot of the time is you need to cut off a lot of material, but like humans can make that connection. Like, oh, the best way to get rid of all this material is just to make this one cut. But the CNC machine would just go layer by layer by layer by layer to the point where it can't ever fuck up.
Which is also why it doesn't fuck up, and you don't have people going, I make this one cut. Shit.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. Well, surely then there's a way to model it better then.
Oh,
Such that it, like, does both.
well, yeah, but the thing is, maybe there's like a part that needs to be that way, right? So then the conclusion you either come to is this design is fundamentally flawed, or I make this piece. And it's like,
That sounds like more of a user error issue.
well, yeah, it comes down to like, let's say you're trying to design something new, right? And you need
Mhm.
it to do like 3 things at once.
Mhm.
So you can design separate systems, but then something needs to bring those systems together mechanically,
Mhm.
and oftentimes that one piece will be the limiting factor.
Okay.
So like, let's say that these 3 pieces need to be rotated at the same time, but what like you have there's like some rotation degree and like there's some specific requirement that needs to be met. It's like you need to have a piece that connects every
Okay.
single one of those axles, and then like those axles when they spin, it's like putting an immense amount of torque on that one piece, but that piece needs to be like fragile enough to the point where like it fits. So it's like, oh, you have to compromise size or mechanic or something.
Or like a funky material to build it out of that can be that size and take
hmm
those.
That's why a lot of the time, like yeah. I mean, another solution that often just ends up being used is like, fuck it, attach like a Raspberry Pi to it and make it do what I want in code, which works a fair amount of the time, to be honest. Because like you can get like unnecessarily complicated things trying to like tell a part what to do in terms of like axle rotation, but then like code, it's pretty easy. Everything has a computer, it has a brain of its own, kind of. It's lit.
What's the thing? Internet of Things?
Internet of Things,
Yeah.
Internet of
Internet of Things.
describes a network of.
Interconnectivity.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Connectivity between objects.
Yeah.
They think together and do things.
I mean, that's like the whole. It's like one of the things. Like once the vast majority of cars are like self-automated. Like you know how when you're at like a traffic stop, you have to wait until you visibly see the person in front of you accelerating before you can start accelerating.
Boy,
So
that
like,
grinds my gears, by the way. Like, sure, so there's like, okay, so in theory, right?
yeah,
Light turns green, everyone accelerates at the same speed,
yes,
no issues. However, that assumes everyone in front of you is like
paying attention. Yeah,
paying attention, and you can't
Mhm.
make that assumption. So you have
No,
to wait until the person in front of you moves.
but self-driven machines can. That's like
Right.
one of the big things. Like so many traffic will just move faster.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can instead of like using signals to tell the other computer, like the other person, the other driver, what it is, if you can just like Bluetooth information over to them,
Mm-hmm.
then it's much better than like, oh, turn
Or,
signal.
or if your car
Sure, I
communicates
trust
with the cars
Bluetooth.
around it where it is going.
Yeah, right. Like if every car knows what every other car is going to do in that moment, then you can act accordingly.
Right.
I don't trust Bluetooth enough for that shit. Bluetooth will
I don't
randomly
either.
drop out. I don't
I
want to
don't
fucking
either.
get blown the fuck out because some car didn't realize that my car's where my car is because Bluetooth dropped out for 0.2 seconds.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I don't trust it to that degree, but I do trust it to like have cars accelerate at the same rate on a traffic light.
I don't know if Peyton trusts them like that.
I mean, you can also just like have like they dictate the amount of space between a card to where like within a reasonable
Mhm.
standard deviation of like how often things cut out, you will never crash into someone. Because
And
like
know.
cars have other means of detecting other cars and objects than just like
oh yeah,
Bluetoothing. As a matter of
yeah,
fact,
no,
they're not gonna Bluetooth each other's locations. They're gonna
the camera
use
them, yeah,
visuals for that.
yeah, which is fucked up that computers can read camera images. Kind of
Well,
cringe.
there's that one fella who died because the self-driving car was behind one of those big 18 wheelers that was painted the same color as like the sky, and so the car thought that
It was this
it,
guy.
there was nothing there.
That's so fucked.
I actually, so my mother works in insurance,
Uh
and
huh.
one of the huge like questions right now in auto insurance is that when that exact kind of thing happens, where liability is,
Mhm.
because it's not driver error.
No, it can't
Um,
be.
so is it manufacturer? Is it whoever developed the software?
Yeah.
If it's
Which is
the ones who
also.
developed the software, then is it the manufacturer's part of their job to double check the code specifically, where before it was just their job to like make the parts?
Mhm. And even then, it's like, how do you double check the code, right? You have to
Right.
put through so many test cases, and the best way to do that, like, there are test cases you can't recreate in like a controlled environment ever.
Yeah. Which is a huge pain for the insurance industry
Yeah.
because their whole business model is like pricing based on risk and likelihood of different
Mhm.
payout sizes and probabilities, right?
Yeah. I had to write a paper on this in computer science class, and my God, did I hate this paper.
Oh, I will not make you relive it.
No, it was fine. It was just that computer science was the class where I finished everything in 10 minutes and chilled for the rest of the 65. And I
Mhm.
couldn't do that because there wasn't code I was writing, it was English. Oh, fuck.
English is just code, but for
Honestly, if it was, it'd be easier.
it's code, but instead of instruction, it is suggestion, and instead of being read by machines, it's being read by the fleshy kind of machine.
Mm-hmm. See,
I
that's
wouldn't
the
know if
thing.
I'd call humans machines. We're more animals than anything.
Yeah,
Animals are machines.
That is wrong.
yeah. No, yeah. But I
No,
will say it was fucked up because it was being marked by a computer science teacher, right? So I could half-ass it. And there was like, it's like even if it's being half-assed, he's not an English speaker. It doesn't matter if I'm repeating things or
Mhm.
to like some point. But it's like also surely I don't half-ass it because like I'm capable of doing it, and half-assing it isn't gonna make me do it that much faster in terms of class time. So like, and it's not like I can do much else while I'm writing it because I'm in class. It's not like it's a home project.
Mm.
Well, it could have been a home project, but God knows I'm not doing it at home.
Are you one of those students who hates doing things at home?
Yeah, no, I'll do it on the bus at lunch any time that isn't home. Home is my time.
I mean, as long as you get everything done, it's not a problem.
I did not get everything done. Grade on English class, I did not do any of my work. I spent more time editing other people's work and essentially writing their essays for them. Just like
Why do
out
that instead of your own?
because it was like I didn't want to do mine because I knew what I wanted. I didn't know what they wanted. There's like some element to it, like there's surprise. I didn't care.
You're like Light from the Netflix Death Note. Your backpack is full of other students' homework.
I mean, I was it was essentially what happened is in class, I would like someone would just like, ask me to help them with their shit, and I just like, oh, I have a reason to no longer do my work. Lit. But I did like I barely passed, which is fucked up. Which is not that fucked up, but it's fucked up that I passed. I didn't deserve to pass. I should have failed that course. I was more than expecting the summer school that course.
This is reminding me of many conversations I have with my students. Where
Yeah.
I'm just like, just do it, man. You clearly can, and you just are like, nah. But I'm like, dude, it's gonna make so much trouble for you in the future. Just do it. And they're like, eh.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't make that much trouble.
It's gonna make so much trouble for you in the future. I know.
Like, I mean, it's not like it is a problem for me if you don't do it. Like, I'm just trying to be helpful and let you know that if you don't want summer school, you can just do this.
Well, it's like I didn't really care because also it's just like
Imagine
the way
actually
that
going to summer school.
the way that my high school's credit system worked is that you were pretty much as long as you did everything on course, you were pretty much guaranteed to get 2 spares in the last year of grade 12, like in the last year, right?
Mhm.
So you essentially have two times to fuck up a course before you need summer school to like
Right.
graduate on time.
The way the high school I work at work is there are like certain classes you do need to pass to graduate.
Well, no, that is true, but I mean like in terms of taking it again, because we need 30 credits, which is like one from each class, and
Okay.
over the course of the year, there are 32 classes we can take over the 4 years.
Yeah, so we don't use a credit system because for us you have to pass 4 years of English,
Yeah,
right? And so let's say you fail English sophomore year, then
yeah,
during junior year you're taking sophomore English and junior English, right?
yeah,
But let's say you're a senior.
yeah.
Um, you have way less ability to like make it up down the road.
Oh no, yeah, yeah. I had road ahead of me. This was grade 9. I'm pissed chilling.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was very well aware of what I was capable of fucking around and not doing.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Yeah.
You can not do things as long as it's like an intentional choice. It's only a problem when like you can't stop yourself from not doing stuff.
Well, I
Or
couldn't stop
or you
myself. I very easily could have done it.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
that I was
It's
like,
like it's like the difference between an addiction, like an alcoholic, and someone who drinks on occasion. Where like if they are unable to control the extent to which they do that thing, then it's an issue.
it's more that the consequence to me of failing wasn't large enough. It's like the consequence was 3 years from now, I will have one extra course to take that uh instead of having a spare. And a spare isn't a big deal because it's just like you have 75 minutes to just to yourself to not do work or to like
Mhm.
complete work from other classes. And generally you don't get to go home during that. And I would never in a situation where I'm going to be able to come to school late cuz I take the bus. So it's like if I have a first period spare, it doesn't matter. If I have a last period spare, I will pretty much never have a ride home because it's like I didn't expect to be able to drive, nor did we have the extra car for me to take.
Mhm.
So it's like, okay, those are the two big benefits of having a spare. I don't get this.
Right.
Fuck it. And like I didn't. Maybe I was a little overconfident in the fact that I was like, all right, homework grade 12 not a big deal. Which to be fair, it wasn't. But I shouldn't have thought that at the time.
Who can say? Hindsight's 2020.
Mm-hmm. I
By the
mean,
way,
Hmm?
not to interrupt, but are we planning on finishing this volleyball thing?
oh fuck,
What time is it?
It's
it's almost
10:44.
11.
When
Yeah.
when I went to get a glass of water, it was 9:45.
Wait, was it actually?
We've
Fuck.
just been shooting this shit for an actual hour.
All right, we as soon
All
as
right.
Mitchell gets back,
I thought we
I'm
were finishing
down.
the volleyball tournament next fucking session anyway. I thought we were only doing the semifinals today because I thought fucking
Oh,
we were supposed to have a
today,
guest star.
in game today.
Yeah.
Uh, but now it is the next day.
I think what Payne's referring to is you had someone coming in for the other thing.
Yeah, Kyron couldn't make it last week or this week, and he's not sure what next week either. So I'm just like, nah, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, fair. All right, yeah. As soon as Mitchell gets back, then I'm done to just rip it and fucking
Mhm.
yeah.
He is
Well,
back.
Oh, Mitchell's back.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
here. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So, does everyone see this purple circle in the bottom
Yes.
left of the map?
Yes.
That's a lighthouse offshore.
That seems oddly specific. I wonder if this is going to come into play.
No, it's always been there, and I thought I forgot to mention it before. Anyway.
Yeah? Is there gonna be the fucking sniper in the lighthouse? Hello? Where am I?
So so you know that you're against the guys who beat your goons. So far, what you know they can do is they can make the ground grab people in a way that seems pretty similar to how Regal does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys have like a plan in particular going into this, Peyton and Mitchell?
Cheat.
And Regal as well, because now Regal is in the stands.
Quicksand, earth wall.
Yeah. Earth wall. That seems a
Yeah.
little bit
Well,
obvious.
no, I can just trip them by pricking a fucking pebble up here below them on their
Sure.
foot.
So I guess just fucking attempt to cheat our way to the top.
I think I don't know if a pebble underfoot.
Not
would
a
be
pebble, like
really
a
good.
pillar kind of appear and then fall away, turn to sand
Oh.
or whatever.
Okay.
Like
If
you know what I
do
mean?
that right, you can break their toes.
Fuck.
Who's that? A figure skater?
Um.
Who like just before the Olympics or whatever, her like primary opponent got her trailer broken into and her knees broken by someone who turned out to be her boyfriend.
Yeah.
the other skater's boyfriend.
That was a thing that happened.
So it didn't quite go down like that.
How did it go down?
After training, the one figure skater was talking with a news reporter when a guy barreled into the room, hit her on the thigh, like tried to break her knee, but failed and hit her on the thigh, which like kind of injured her, and then found that he ran to like some fiberglass or glass doors and they were locked, so he smashed his head through the doors and ran out that way. But then due to some miscommunication, his getaway car had to follow him down the street because he didn't notice it. And the other skater's boyfriend, this was actually a friend of his, who had come up with an agreement between the two where he was going to do this favor for the boyfriend for the figure skater girlfriend to essentially the first guy runs a bodyguard service, and the boyfriend was going to start handing out cards for the bodyguard service, being like, see, there was this attack, you got to get a bodyguard service.
This is the whole thing.
Yes.
Of course fucking Theo knows about this, as a note.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
Tanya
Do I know the
Harding.
names of anyone involved? No.
No.
names don't matter. No one cares about fucking names. We care about
Tanya
events.
Harding. Tanya
Yeah,
Harding.
that's the lady.
So the lady's boyfriend's friend, who owned a bodyguard business, busted into Tanya's rival's interview to try and
It
break
wasn't
her.
really an interview. It was like the person was just like asked to talk to her after. Well, I guess it was an interview, but it wasn't like a scheduled interview. She just
Right, it
ran
wasn't like-
into the guy.
That's a wild saga.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So like, due to
So-
the way it was presented, it like
Mhm.
kind of went off the rails.
Gotcha. Because that was kind of the vibe for what Kyron and I would have done, where he would just stop at nothing to win the tournament.
Because there's like
Hit
it's
the
not
leg.
entirely
What?
clear that Tanya knew that she was
That her boyfriend was doing this.
yeah.
Yeah. No.
It's not clear that she didn't know either, but
Yeah.
One of those big mysteries. So the initial plan for the tournament arc was with some minor embellishments based on that series of events. I now realize was far more bananas than before.
I can't wait for fucking half match, and you just hear from the sidelines, sweep the leg. What?
Your fucking stretchy Mr. Tickle legs just knock them over from all the way over here.
I mean, here's the thing: even if they break my leg, I got fucking regeneration and healing. I don't give a fuck. They could remove my goddamn leg and I'd get back on it.
I don't know if. Oh yeah.
You don't know if.
Oh yes, I lost my train of thought. So, I guess no sort of detailed strategic discussion has been made. We're just gonna fucking.
Well, I think the discussion is I'm going to be using my Ash to attempt to use the same thing I've been doing the whole time. And our guy in the audience is going to be attempting to trip and fucking root them at like opportune moments.
Tripping seems complicated. I'll probably just quicksand them whenever they're receiving serve.
All right.
You could fuck up their balance whenever they are serving.
I could try that as well, yeah.
Because you can just make stuff appear like just below their feet. Because if you can do that, then that will throw off their serve fairly heavily, I think.
I'll fuck up their serves with the pillar whenever they're serving, and I'll quicksand them whenever they're receiving.
And I will also be fucking up their serves with
Ash.
Fucking Ash, and also making it hard for them to actually get it with Ash.
Okay. So the match begins. The enemy team is going to be serving.
Yeah.
And for this, they just smack the ball over the top regularly towards you, Mitchell.
Oh, nice.
This will be with a pretty big penalty because the ball is not wet at all.
Oh. I guess I'll try and hit it back. Well, I'll hit it over normally anyway.
But to be fair, what's the distance for your thing?
8 meters at its full.
I mean, that's pretty far.
Yeah.
That's a fair amount of warning.
Yeah, 8 meter. If Mitchell is in the middle of the court, he'll see the ball around the quarter line, like a quarter from the other side, because I think it's 8 by 16 meters is a volleyball court.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if the dice even care.
Yeah.
So it's at a bit of a penalty because he.
The dice don't care about anything else.
The dice don't give a shit. Logistics.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta take it out.
I refuse.
All right. The enemies get a point. As the ball is sort of passed over to you, Peyton, you see some little specks of chakra approaching rapidly from out at sea.
Out of the sea? I've seen.
Yeah.
From the lighthouse.
Yep.
I will cover my eyes.
All right. So you don't see this, but everyone else sees a series of like sort of crescent-shaped, made of wind things come sort of onto the beach from out at sea, slicing through the two competitors and a hefty chunk of people in the stands, cutting them in two.
Oh, that's what you mean. I was about to say, what do you mean by slicing through?
If that's happening, I would try to make like a ramp of like earth to like kind of direct the wind upwards so we're not getting sliced in half. In particular, the audience and the stage members.
I think that we have by default just won the match.
Your opponents are dead. So what are you rolling there, Regal? You're using your earth wall to set up some sort of rampy type thing, right?
Some rampy thing to try and this would be like as it's approaching, like if like to try and direct the slice of wind upwards so it doesn't kill people.
Well,
because people.
It's not going to
People-
respond in the same way that like a gust of wind would be.
Okay, so it's just gonna go through the slice of Earth.
How much? How
It'll
much
probably
body?
hit the slice of Earth and then.
It has 10 body.
10 body. It does not cut through your earthen wall. So
Okay, people are not
Pog.
dead. We're here. We're big day.
The
Big
What
audience
piss
you
jolt.
should do is just at the start of every match, just cover the whole arena and then just make it a free for all for abilities.
I don't think I can do that.
Ooh, actually, hold on.
Just englobe the fucking match. So
I forgot that this ability was auto fire. So the first shot kills the two competitors.
just all killing attacks, like
Oh yeah. The second
Fuck.
one hits the earth wall. The third one goes through the earth wall, and a few people, just a handful of random civilians are dead. And then it sort of begins to rain. Does anyone have any knowledges about Mist Village techniques or knowledge about well-known jutsu in general?
no.
I don't know,
I mean,
but
I
this
have
sounds like it
cultural
might be
knowledge
up
of-
Mitchell's.
Yeah, I have knowledge of the Water Village culturally, but I don't think that would be specific enough for jutsu unless they're like real general.
I mean, if it's like part of the military's like tactics, then I imagine maybe. Like just like what they're known for. Like it's pretty well known that like Earth
Yes.
Ninja use earthen walls to like fuck around with shit. So if it's at that level, then maybe.
Just for interest sake, is there time to start switching around multi-point, multi-powers?
Yeah. There's a few seconds here.
Okay.
So Mitchell, give me a culture
These
roll
are those.
and tell me how much you beat it by.
Oh, right. Well,
Beat it
by
zero?
2.
Um,
Horrendous roll.
Okay, so what you know, and you're not sure why this is relevant, but you do know that often when Mist Ninja fight, it is raining. You're not 100% sure why. As it begins,
Hero has no idea why having water on
Oh,
the
thank
back
fucking
is a
God.
good idea.
it begins to rain, and these raindrops, Payton, each drop of water seems to cut through your vision.
Seems to cut through my vision.
Your chakra vision, leaving sort of a space behind it where there is no chakra before it is filled in by the ambiance. As the rain comes more heavily, you start seeing chakra silhouettes obscured, active powers that people are running wink out. There is a 20d6 constant power dispel that
Against
is
chakra powers?
against all constant powers that require chakra are winked out.
I'm so fucking glad my ash powers aren't chakra based. Big Pog.
I'm wondering,
It
is
doesn't
the-
affect non-constant chakra powers.
Yeah, so you can still use like instantaneous chakra things. This is
Non-constant. Does it affect persistent powers?
yes,
Okay.
everything chakra related that is
Duration based.
duration, non-instantaneous.
So would this like dispel pieces of Earth that are persistent? I imagine not, but just to make sure. But-
So the way your barrier works is like you make the wall,
Yeah, and then I'm
using
done with it,
chakra,
right?
and then you're done. So
Yeah.
so the wall stays there.
Anything that would. Okay. Are we defining it kind of like anything that consumes chakra after being cast?
No.
No.
Even if you have like endurance things that mean it doesn't require constant chakra, it this is like it's Kirasama. Each drop of rain hitting a power that's active tries to turn it off.
Okay.
And
So
it
would my
seems
defense be online or offline, I wonder?
I think offline because it's chakra in your robes, right?
I think the robes are kind of powering the basic thing, but I think it's, well, I don't know, because it's not something that I'm actively controlling. So I have no idea how much it costs because it's not something that Keiru has to keep up. But I just want to check to see if that even costs anything to keep online. For the sake of it, it probably is offline.
Yeah.
Because that makes the most sense to me. Even if the
And-
game doesn't agree that it doesn't actually use endurance to have it online.
Everything that costs Shutter. Well, that means my detection is dead, as well as my clinging and my visibility.
Mm-hmm. The Mistcloak is too. Though it doesn't matter if everything's freaking being rained on.
Yeah, big pog.
Oh no, I get the boosted version of this. The horror. The tragedy.
I imagine if I would put on my rock armor, the shit would just be dispelled, right?
Yeah, you managed to get it on successfully, but
Yeah.
it just immediately starts melting away.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now, what I will do is, if this is occurring, I'd probably just try to shelter myself with a roof, because if it's clear that the rain is doing this,
mhm.
then I'll try to make a roof just to, and then put on my armor in case something attacks. Like, I'll probably have to go out of the roof of the rain, but, make a little
Yeah.
ramp of water go down.
Yeah, it is clear that it is the rain doing this.
Okay, yeah, then I would probably make a wall that's like 12 meters wide, 4 meters tall, fucking going around. A little bit of
Mhm.
roof action.
Walking onto the beach, you see like these large lumbering things, sort of made of earth, shamble onto the beach, sort of start looking around, and then start walking towards where where the crowd is. And they have on them, etched into their form itself, is this symbol here.
Hmm.
And at the head of them is a fit adult woman with a headband with that symbol on it, and she's got hand wraps around her, both of her forearms, and she's sort of jogging at the head of these two shambling things out onto the beach.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be honest, this seems a little above our pay grade. So
Yeah. Do we at this point in time know where Bruno is, or is he like off on his own shenanigans, hiding from us like usual?
You don't see him.
All right. I mean, like, would he have let us know where he is? I assume not, but because I'd probably like if there's civilians, I'd A, tell them to run, and B, tell them if we know where Bruno is, go to him and tell him that we fucking need help and fast.
You're not sure where Bruno is.
All right.
I need to make an ash construct just to fucking tape to his back.
Of an immersive space game
A little GPS locator.
Yeah. No,
hey, buddy!
It's just a phone, effectively. It just a mind link to it, and have fucking something that lets me perceive through it, so I can just yell at him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
I'm a piece of shit from across the world.
the part A of telling all the civilians to run if they haven't, fucking peace,
Oh,
please.
yeah, they're fucking booking it.
Yeah.
Another pair of scythe-like wind things come flying from well offshore and sort of score the beach in these like large gashes, luckily missing people as they sort of flee.
I think it might be time for us to leave. I mean, do they appear to be like looking in our direction or anything?
They're looking. They're jogging towards
Hello,
where
Leo.
the people are running from, seemingly scanning the crowd, looking for something or someone. Or some ones.
Mhm.
If they've scanned us and they haven't fucking locked onto us, peace, please.
Wait, are we
Huh?
just about to let these fuckers ruin our volleyball game?
It's already
Hey,
ruined. I hate to
Hey, I'm
say
not.
it.
Competition
Listen,
has
I'm
been
not gonna say it
killed.
was ruined. We won. We
Oh,
win by
okay.
default, baby. That's a fucking fat dub.
Well, I don't see anyone handing over our victory trophy.
We can collect
And
that at a
God
later date,
damn it.
Theo.
fuckers.
Welcome, Leo.
Hello.
How
I
you
don't
doing?
want to die like this.
I'm
Actually,
great, I'm tired.
honestly,
I don't want
my
to die like this. Actually, hold on.
my offensive combat ability doesn't actually decrease exceptionally much without the use of my chakra powers.
Yeah, for
Because
me it's just
I'm still a
defensive.
fucking master fencer even without it.
Yeah, for me it's just I don't get my armor,
Yeah.
which is a little unfortunate, but
By the way,
Without
Lumpy,
power,
I'm going to stick with the it doesn't work anymore, but technically Disrupting Wave does not actually use chakra. Because of the way we built it. It's a resistant power which does not use energy to be up. It's
Well,
just on.
it's not about whether it uses like your chakra reserves to like keep using, if that makes sense. Like it's not about whether it uses endurance or chakra. It's about like it's trying to turn off powers.
it's just trying to dispel
Mine
jutsu.
actually, mine only needs.
Well, I mean, if
the...
this only targets chakra-based powers, Disrupting Wave is not a chakra-based
Oh,
power in anything but fluff.
I used chakra base to differentiate it from like
Well, Mist Cloak is a
Techniques.
chakra-based power. It costs nothing, but it does require chakra to be online, technically. That's all.
What's disrupting wave.
It doesn't change anything. It's just the way that resistant protection power works is it doesn't cost anything to be online.
Yeah, no. I had to do a lot with my resistant protection to make it feel like a jutsu. Like cost endurance, time limit, extra time, yada yada.
My actually the only thing I need the chakra for is to change it. Like in fluff. So as long as it's already hardened or created the channels, it's still there and hard. It doesn't require the chakra to continue being hard. It's just to change how it's allocated.
Yeah. Seeing as in fluff, this is basically the same sort of thing that Gara has, where it's basically chakra infused water. Then, yeah. It definitely has to be active because it is an active defense.
Hell yeah.
But it is only in fluff.
All right.
So
Welcome, Leo. How was your day? We should probably catch you up.
We won the
Catch 'em
tournament.
up.
We won the volleyball tournament.
Yep. By default.
That's the important information. Yeah, we won. We won because the only other contestants are no longer around.
They are no more.
Actually, they're very. They were like cut in half, right? They're just gone.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
fucking very dead.
Wait, but this was the semifinals. Is there another?
No, this was the finals. Semifinals.
Our match was the
were-
semifinals.
Oh,
You
okay.
Semifinals
Yeah.
were the one that you fucking hard inted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I was getting all excited, like, oh, I gotta mess with their match now, and it's like, oh, their match is our match.
Yeah.
Root myself, fuck it.
All right, it's your serve. You root yourself. Oh god, that's unfortunate. Someone in the crowd must be fucking around.
Yeah, damn.
Damn, it really do be like that though.
Put my hands behind my back real quick.
Yeah.
And now we're going to run away from a very, very scary enemy.
I mean,
Yeah. So the
I hate to tell you, but Kiru's defensive abilities just went from full to none. So
I'm not saying Kiryu has Kiryu. I'm just saying Kiryu Kazuma has to do it. Dragon and Dojima.
probably does have resistant defense, just resistance to everything.
Yeah,
so
resistance to
are you
God.
booking it with the crowd then?
I don't think booking it, probably trying to disappear into the darkness and flee backwards. So I can keep an eye on this from pretty much any distance I want. Because everything's wet now.
True, everything is wet now.
But probably backing off to be like max range for the ice kunai. So about 300 meters or so.
Yeah, I'm building walls to slide me the fuck away.
Gotcha. Okay, let me pull you guys to a jankier, more zoomed in version
Of
of
like,
no.
yeah.
this map.
Because you will fight them no
You,
matter what
Really
you do.
janky.
You
Well,
were
no, no,
not
no.
kidding, eh?
Well, I mean, they're coming for you guys, but it's you guys are doing stuff to flee and to get away from this, and I want to just make sure it's like sort of what you guys are doing is like properly marked, so that if something does go down, you're not like, but I was setting that up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so the bad
So-
fellas, this evil teapot is going to be one of the villains.
Oh
And then
Okay, yeah.
Goon 1, Goon 2 up here.
Where should we be as
You-
of now?
I'm
Mhm,
gonna
yeah, well,
enhance
where's like
these.
the
So this is Goon 1. And I picked Goon 1 and Goon 2 like this because there are two of them in the picture and they're identical. They look like they're made of stone. They're walking around. Because summoning works the way it does in this universe, where you're physically bringing something from somewhere else, you know that if you summon something, the rain will not make it vanish.
Mhm.
And
No,
then this
I'd have some real fucking issues, honestly.
this evil teapot is
the adult fit woman.
yeah, the woman with the Miss Ninja mask who's at the head of these two goons. And they seem to be scanning the crowd as people stream past them. People are running in general, sort of this direction, but like also this direction and this direction, just like away from the beach.
Why
The
do they
first
run
purple
towards
arrow
this
you
bitch?
drew doesn't
Okay.
seem away.
This these
Yeah,
people
that-
do not seem to want to live anymore.
How'd you go this way?
Yeah.
Like this way I can see, this way I can see, like even
We
this way I
have
can
to run
see.
towards her,
bigger.
at least on,
But
like,
this way is a little bit fucking.
I mean, what have these guys done?
Well, I guess if they're running from the wind that's been summoned from the lighthouse, then yeah, actually, no, that does make some sense.
Yeah, so like the direction for that is I'm just gonna do a big gray arrow, is sort of from this direct. Oh geez, it's a whole shape. Freehand is like from this direction. Bad
Mhm.
stuff is happening.
That's not
Mhm.
gray.
That is purple.
I know. I did gray, and then it was like, you want to draw a shape, and I'm like, no, I don't want to draw a shape. But then when I switched it from shape to freehand, it
It
switched
just
it
went back to purple.
Yeah.
Leo, so we were in a volleyball tournament.
I know this.
Lumpy suspiciously said prior to the final match of the volleyball tournament, there's this lighthouse. Some and then, as we are not dumb, we said, oh, that's a lighthouse. Interesting. And then the match began, and then fucking slicing killing attacks of wind came down and killed our competitors and part of the crowd.
Nice.
We're fine now, so
Yeah, I
That's
tried to
that's a
build
dub.
walls. Apparently
fucking
my
dub.
walls do nothing.
No,
It
they
is
they stopped one of the attacks.
yeah.
Yeah. The second one just had enough damage to break through it. That's all.
Yeah. And they even stopped part of it. The second one.
Yeah.
Like only a few people were killed, as opposed to a
Half
swath
the
of people
crowd,
being
yeah.
cleaved in half.
Yeah.
But on the upside, they won the volleyball tournament.
Yeah,
By
by
default.
default. Now you just gotta collect your trophy and leave.
Is that square you've drawn the volleyball field?
Yeah, more or less. It's the field and sort of area where
Oh, yeah. Because
crowds
obviously
are.
it's not that big.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I
I'm
know
back,
that
so-
you, Regal, what we're wanting to make some earth walls.
Yeah. So the first earth wall I would have made would be.
Where the hell
Let me
am
just.
I?
You can be wherever you'd like. You can say you were in the stands watching.
Sure, where are the stands? Like right outside of this square?
No,
Sure.
the entire thing is like the stands. I mean, yeah, I guess that works.
Right there.
I mean, that's only, let's see, it'd be
Are you familiar with the ability
52
in
feet
the
across?
show, Leo, called Kirisama?
Maybe if I knew the English word for it.
I think it's called something like acid rain. It's the rain that like turns off jutsu. They use
No,
it
I
to,
do not remember this.
They use it to try and capture the guy who blows bubbles.
Did they really? I did not know that
Yeah,
they.
because he would like blow a bubble and then it would pop instantly, and he'd look up and be like, "Oh, they're here."
God. Oh yeah. I mean, I remember him. I don't really remember that episode. I guess they had acid rain. I don't remember this, but sure.
It was called
Actually,
acid
bathroom,
rain
be right back.
because it like eats through chakra. But
Okay.
basically, any jutsu or power or anything like that requires like something to be constantly going, it just keeps getting turned off as like the raindrops hit it and try and dispel it.
Okay.
But you
So
can
we can
still use
instant
powers, yeah, with an instantaneous duration. So like
Well, I'm fucked.
you can still throw blasts, and I think entangles will like momentarily grab things,
Is that
but
useful?
then the rain will dispel it.
Yeah.
Unless somebody makes me a little roof.
Yeah. No. I have made a roof for people.
Okay, yeah, and so it is attached to the physical raindrops. So if you and the power's effect are under a roof, then the raindrops don't hit it.
If you want a roof, there you go. Consider yourself roofed.
Check it out now, big
Which
roof
I can
brother.
kick. I don't know how far anybody is, but I'm here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, what I was saying, is the fastest way for me to get around is to move 6 and then slide myself 6 with my earth wall. So. I mean, it's just the reasonable way of moving around, of
I'm back.
course.
Why don't
What's
you
the
just move
way of moving
12?
around?
Huh?
Why don't you just move 12?
Well, no, because that way I move 18, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because my wall is 12 long, and then my
I thought you said move 6 and then
push myself, like slide myself 12.
yeah.
So yeah.
That's a little close. I'm just tweaking the scale of it to make sure.
Each hex is how much again?
1 meter. Yep.
He checks. I was thinking that I would change the scale slightly. I think I'm going to do each hex as 2 meters, just so that there's like some more distance here, so that
Yeah, sure.
like as they approach, you can like do things. Because they're not like sprinting towards stands. They are sort of jogging, scanning faces.
And they're jogging, ninja jogging.
Arms straight behind them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Fucking
As is-
stupid.
As is tradition. You used to say fucking stupid in my Naruto campaign?
I goddamn did. And I'll do it again.
Yeah. So, I mean, the other thing about that is I can slide more than one person since it's 2 meter wide, so it's like
Hell yeah.
I can grab someone and move 60 meters.
Jesus Christ.
fuck.
I can run fast. That's all I got.
Yeah. It sounds like Mitchell is the slowest of us, so I probably know that and just slide with him.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or I can take Mitchell.
That also works. I'll slide him and then you can take him away.
I mean, I can still run 12 meters. It's not like I'm terribly slow.
I'm gonna
No.
leave here carrying these fucks. They're so fucking slow.
I was tempted to sort of like reveal that this happened and then like end on a cliffhanger and then pick up the actual combat next week, because I'm worried it will take fucking hours.
Gotcha.
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna run around like huge heroes.
Because our fight against
Oh, here's the thing. When you open a fight with all of your powers no longer work, most people go, yeah, no, fuck that, I'm gone.
Most of my
when you go
powers
and
still
do
work.
stuff like
I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fucking throw hands.
All right,
Yeah,
have fun.
and I can
I didn't
pretty
say I was going
effectively.
to. I said I was ready to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I thought, because my brain went in two directions. Because one, the fight against that one guy last week took like 2 hours, and there will be a few guys here. So starting it at this time of night, we'll be here until like 2 in the morning.
Yeah,
And
no.
also,
Combat in RPGs does not go quickly. Starting
Yeah.
a fight at 11 is a death sentence if you're starting planning on
Yeah.
ending anytime soon.
and also because of the rain significantly changing like how you guys might want to approach this fight, I thought it would be nice to like give you guys a week to like think about how your character would approach having to fight in these conditions.
Effectively, what I think I would do is just like flee with everybody, and then once they get close to the point where it's like, okay, we can no longer flee and try to stall for Bruno to appear, I'll make some preparations to try and make it so Leo isn't useless in terms of using constant powers, and just build a roof for people to like, use their shit.
Nice.
So depending on where that wants to take us.
My plan is literally just run until they start getting within range where running is very obviously not an option.
Yeah.
And then go into sword range and fucking fence.
Yeah.
Also, I need to get my fucking goons out of here. Actually, no. Their ash protection is just innate. It's part of their part of things. So that actually isn't gone. Stupid.
Yeah, if it's part of like
Well, it's because it's part of their bodies innately.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh yeah, that's based off try, and then I realized I'm fucking stupid.
So
Protection's still gone though. That's the gift that's gonna keep on giving.
yeah, it sounds like it's a run until we can and then fight if we have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I guess what it comes down to is does Bruno appear within that time?
He's definitely in the town. You're not sure quite where.
Are we gonna split up or are we trying to stay together? I assume stay together because
I assume stay together.
If we split up and someone gets caught,
They're dead.
As for the goons, I'm actually gonna be sending the goons away because they will not be able to keep up at this rate. I need to spend my next points fucking increasing their speed, and also their movement.
Pokemon Unite is in beta.
Yeah.
Nintendo, Switch, Android, iOS.
Oh.
The fucking Pokemon MOBA.
Yo, I think we should.
Gross.
I think we should all go pro in the Pokemon MOBA.
No.
I think I'd rather eat my own fucking hand.
I'll play that once or twice and never again.
And I know where my hand's been.
Come on.
The thing is, I can't not play it because like it's Pokemon. So they've got me already as a person that will play it. I won't be happy doing
I
it.
resent it.
Yup. I mean, yeah, they don't seem to be directly looking for us, at the very least. They're just like scanning. So I don't know.
Yeah.
They're chill.
No, they're definitely not chill. Not chill. Nope, not chill. But
Maybe they're chill. You say, looking down onto the pitch to see the two dead finalists. Maybe they're chill.
Maybe they just wanted us to win.
Yeah, they were big fans.
yeah, they were a big fan of the game where they couldn't see anything happening.
Hey, the game where they couldn't see anything happening, we fucking schmooved, alright?
Yeah, they don't know that.
I mean, they could see me for, like, everything except for the very end.
Oh, that is true.
They could see me serving well.
Oh, true.
That's it.
And then they just see like the score go up. Damn, that guy's doing good, huh?
Just watch the ball disappear and just hear a thunk in sand a few seconds later. Nice serve. Good shit.
I will now go to bed, and hopefully when I wake up tomorrow, I will be alive.
Good luck
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. Good night.
in the recording there.
Good night, my friends.
No jutsus.
I mean, some jutsus.
Yeah.
But
so-
also, I'm pretty confident in my ability to make like a roof for people to use shit if they need to.
Man, I'm so glad
very
I
lucky in
spent.
this fight.
My problem
Let's
is
see,
it's
how many
not-
points was that again?
Yeah, fucking feels bad, eh?
Yeah. It's not actually that many because it's tied into a multi-power, but still.
How many
Yeah.
points you spend?
For that full multi-power? Honestly, the site is the freaking worst, but that's not a part of it. What? That's 34, I believe.
Oh,
For
just for
both
the
of the defensive ones, yeah, for
Yeah.
the wave and the cloak. Thankfully,
Yeah.
Ice
Brutal. I
Kunai
have
doesn't care
45.
because it's just a freaking potent blast.
Big Pog.
Yeah, my fucking resistant protection is 30 as well.
Yeah.
I
I'm
forgot.
very
Yeah,
lucky
Ice
in that
Kunai
my
does
shit
have
just
gestures.
Yeah.
Well, it has one-handed gestures, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I imagine the one
Oh
hand
no,
is the hand.
one-handed gestures in the
Yeah.
freaking you can't see my body.
Yeah,
The
I think
gestures are I'm going to try and whip my hand at the ball, and it happens that it's just the shard instead.
yeah. Well, I guess it depends if you're qualifying the one-handed gesture as like you're making the what sign with one hand and then just shooting the other, or just
Yeah.
like pointing the hand is enough.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it's like it doesn't matter. You
I'm
can just
guessing
like
it is probably one-handed, like you aim with one and then
sign
or
with
you
other.
aim with whatever. Because technically with an alterable origin point, like true, usually it comes out of his hand, but it could also come out of his forehead, his leg, his elbow, etc., etc. He can aim it from anywhere.
You can actually throw a kick and in that throw an ice kunai.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious.
That is kind of sick.
So he could just stand still, not point at all, make the gestures with one hand, and it just appears. He can technically fire it backwards too, because he can see someone behind him without having to turn around.
Yeah, and just like come out of his shoulder or something. Damn.
Yeah. You just think you're sneaking up on him, and all of a sudden, freaking bam! Sneak attack from his back. The irony is if the disrupting wave is on too, doesn't matter. He doesn't even need to face you.
It's fucked. You can't keep getting away with it.
Well, I guess I'm glad I didn't spend any points to get any new powers.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't have made new powers, right? Because we weren't training.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, mostly between, because we did have a chance to get powers.
Oh.
We were 15 points if we were had
Yeah.
decided to.
I mean, I made one, but it's just an instant one. It's like build a rock around myself and then as a good link to like making it englobing myself, like as a turtle move.
Yeah, I think probably the next one is either going to be an entangle or a teleport, probably,
Good shit.
because movement is required.
Yeah. I'm definitely spending my next few points upgrading my summons to make them faster, because holy shit.
Mhm.
Running away is such a fucking pain in the dick.
I think my fucking sliding with the fucking earth wall is so cool. I even if I could teleport, I'm not moving that away. I'm sliding regardless of teleportation. Fuck that
Oh,
shit.
If I'm being honest, it's like just looking at the Water Nation powers. Like they have multiple ones for moving through the water effectively.
Yeah. I think like even when it's raining, you can teleport from droplet to droplet, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, pew pew.
Because I definitely have had some ideas looking at their list of jutsu and being like, those are actually good ideas. Whoever designed the Water Tribe, like jutsu, actually did a good job.
Yeah. The earth stuff is literally just like wall, spear of earth, quicksand. It's all very
Unfortunately,
practical.
yeah, that's kind of the thing with Earth.
Yeah, it's very practical. I can't be upset about it.
So, I mean, even just thinking of like the Earth Nation and Avatar, it is basically that.
Yeah,
Throw
it's
rocks,
very
make walls.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Practicality.
Yeah.
You could make some tricky stuff with like what do you call it? Mud clones, and like also the Tsuchikage did some cool shit with like particle style. And it's like damn. But that's all like, you know, very advanced stuff. The basics doesn't need to be that complicated. I mean, I could probably teleport by like, you know, dissolving into the ground and reappearing somewhere else.
Yeah.
Effectively tunneling through. But that's so lame when I could slide to the other side.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to lower that ability or teleportation to make it cheaper. As it has to be from water to water.
Yeah.
At least the launch point will be no problem always.
Yeah. And you can always go from 8 meters, like at least 8 meters, right? Or at the max 8 meters. Like for free.
Yeah, because 8-meter radius.
Yep. And
Actually,
also,
kinda wanted to
nothing's
teleport.
stopping you from increasing the range of your thing. Or even including, or making a fucking bolt of water. The bolt water teleport.
Yeah.
Like, ice kunais melt, right? Surely.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the ice coon I do have, like that is definitely going to be upgraded at some point. To
Mhm.
have a drain attached, but not yet.
Teleports are sick. Teleports are sick because they can get you out of entangles.
Hmm.
But instead,
That
I
is
went
true.
for the dumbest fucking play ever, which was make a power specifically to fuck over entangles. 'Cause I'm so fucking done with them.
Well, was the last entangle? Oh, is this the entangle from last session or 2 sessions ago?
It's been pretty much every entangle we've ever fought has just annoyed the fuck out of me.
I mean, because the thing is, mental entangles you can't teleport out of, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I was basically just trying to find ways to easily get rid of entangles, either to break out of them or avoid them entirely. And then I was like, what if I just make a dispel trigger?
Yeah.
And I did that. It was supposed to cost a fuck ton of points, but then you put a metric fuck ton of negatives on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
What
got a
negatives
fucking
do you have on it?
75-point power for 10 points, baby.
Yeah. I will say, those big powers, it's really hard to like put them in multi-powers, right? Because multi-powers are based on the
Oh yeah.
actives. Yeah.
Hmm.
But they
Fitting
do.
big powers and multi powers is such a pain in the ass, and using them in multi powers is even more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm steadily running to that issue with my characteristic power because I just keep fucking growing because I'm like I need more speed, I want more fucking movement, I want more OCV. Like
Yeah.
it started out originally as I think just OCV and DCV, and it's just growing. It's fucked.
I feel pretty content with the powers I have. I don't know. I think it's just gonna be like increasing multi-power and then increasing the power, the shit inside to cost more. The big, yeah, the big thing for me is like be able to wall in quicksand, same turn, and as long as I can do that, I'm a happy man.
That's fair.
All right. I'm going to get off because I have stuff I need to finish, and it's already 11:30, and I haven't been doing it.
Fair enough.
Yay! Good night, guys.
Good
See
night.
you
Good
soon.
luck. Bye.
Oh, Theo, fucking interview? That shit is so funny.
Oh, what happened?
The interview I sent you?
Oh, right. I'll look at that now that the thing's over.